Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. All right, the audio's working. I had to make sure.
Okay, finally.
Perfect. Not gonna try and
Start
lose
us
another
off,
tavern talk. All right, so tonight's episode for tavern talk. Let me pull the name. I should just memorize the name, but
Unsheathing
motivation. There we go. So this is going to be about, how we keep ourselves engaged as players and DMs to the world that's been created around us, our fellow players, and how DMs don't, or can avoid burnout from running a campaign like this for so long with very either similar or sort of very repeating story beats after a while. Because the formula for our campaign in the beginning and to current date is introduce a threat, gain lore, gain knowledge, build, 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 fight, go to next threat, and repeat. And while that sounds very samey, monster of the week, and boring, somehow we've gotten to a point in the campaign that it's staying interesting all the time. For me, the reason that happens is because each fight has a different significance to me. So it has different mechanics. I try to change it up with different interactions. I try to give the players either new abilities, I allow them to improve on their old ones, or my players, being the amazing people they are, figure out creative ways to use abilities they've already had. Similar to how, just coming out of post time skip, you guys came up with that spectacular way of taking down the blue hollow that you did. So it's very interesting to see you guys
team
riff.
Technique.
Mm-hmm.
Team technique right there. Iris of the Abyss.
You want to explain that a little bit, Adrian? How that concepted and everything?
Yeah. So me and Alex were discussing possible team, or actually, it was in a tavern talk, I believe, or at least or something. It was me, Mel, and you in a call, and we were discussing possible team tactics. Because, yeah, and I was just cooking and thinking of role-playing situations in my head of possible ways to use certain techniques. We came up with kind of this AoE stun mechanic, right? Where utilizing Jude's what's it called again? Petrifying Gaze?
Petrifying Gaze, yes.
Using Petrifying Gaze, two of Rafi's forest breathing forms, and Alkoi's dancing lights, we would create basically an AoE directional stun for multiple targets. And yeah, it worked out pretty well against the Hollow, so that's it. I mean, me and Alex were also making up a bunch of stuff between Rafi and Alkoi with the Arbipractory, which is the, or the reversal of like blood and all that stuff. I don't remember much, I'll be honest. But yeah, I mean, team tactics and stuff was something that we created just so that we could play with the new abilities that were given to us.
Right. I find that very interesting that you guys thought that way too, because normally when I was giving you your abilities originally, I wanted you to be each individually very good duelists, and then you would just sort of duel the opponents all together. But the way you guys ended up taking those abilities, and the way I ended up distributing them after a while, after personal requests from some of you, is you each fill a role now. Originally, I was just making this so you guys could kind of have your duels in the street and just fight one-on-one. and have your little like spaghetti western type showdowns. And then it turned into the team fighting mechanics. How Rafi is such an amazing support and gives great healing and mobility to his friends. Mel's great with locking down opponents with her petrifying gaze. And then Alex is your heavy hitter, which you put him in front of something, he destroys it. So,
It's yeah, it's cool to see just because the branching off of different idea, like the initial thoughts that you had for our players again, like what you're saying is an individual duelists who just happen to travel together. I mean, I honestly don't think the campaign would be where it is now if we just stuck to that, or if we
mm-hmm,
took that, because I mean, D&D in general is a party-based game, so building individual kits sure will be really powerful, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be us waiting around for each other's duels and waiting for our own.
right.
Group fights would be much less interactive between players. So
Mm-hmm,
I like the way it built out now. It makes sense story wise, and it makes sense for again keeping us engaged, keeping us motivated to keep playing the game. Because out of session, out of character, we're in each other's DMs talking about, oh well, you have these techniques, I have these techniques. What could we do with them to make maximize efficiency, theatrics, drama, whatever you want to do with them?
right.
And I think we've done good so far. A
Yes.
lot of it is in the moment. It's less techniques, like actual trained techniques. We have one,
Singular.
but I mean, yeah, most of them just come from adapting because we have a lot of different fights, especially with what Vito's cooking up with all his different, maps, so many maps, and just the situations and the people that we fight. It's insane. We get to just kind of spread our wings there. We get to stretch our legs, use all of our techniques in our playbook. So I think that's one of the main motivations for keep coming back. Motivations, unsheathing my motivations, is coming back to the campaign because I have so many abilities that I still, I want to see how far I could take them. I think
Right.
everybody else wants to do that too.
And I really appreciate that you guys do that too, because you aren't just players that, which is, I started two thoughts and didn't finish either of them. My main problem with casters, and I said this in the Magic video, um, some of the spells just get uncreative. Everybody's an independent, free thinking wizard that casts Fireball, you know? And you guys aren't those types of people. I give you a very small set of abilities to start with and what you guys like to do, and it's beautiful to me. You branch outwards. You see where you can push it, you can see where you can take it. And when it doesn't work that way, you go, okay, well, it didn't work that way, but I saw a chink in his armor this way. Why don't I circumvent it and go this way? And you keep, instead of banging your head straight against a wall, you realize that the wall is not connected to anything, and you can walk straight around it. So you always try to find new paths, or you dig under it. You always have these creative ways of coming up with things, and that makes me as a DM very motivated to give you guys more tools in your toolbox to use. But it also motivates me as a DM to come up with new mechanics for your enemies, because I like to keep the fights fresh for you guys. Otherwise, it's you guys beating up a bunch of guys with swords that are just going, I'll kill you, eh.
And
And
yeah,
it just gets
like
boring.
one big good example is the library fight. That was nuts because it was a combination of melee, range, and movement that all of us had to use, and all of us were facing. All of us were getting absolutely destroyed by. It's unique, and that's the main problem that a lot of people have is when the campaign isn't unique or isn't unique anymore, begin to lose interest, and it becomes more of like a chore, like, oh, I gotta go play D&D, guys, instead of, oh, I gotta go play D&D, like I gotta get downstairs and hook up my microphone. It just becomes kind of a chore for people. So maintaining that motivation is, again, it's a two-way street. The DM has to give the player something to be excited about, and the player has to be excited about those things and excited to do things with the situations that the DM gives. So it's been working very well, and I have no doubts that it'll keep going in the future for Fleeing Sparrows because I'm just that excited. And yeah, it's very easy to stay motivated when you have this deep of a world to dive into, and I think that's the foundation of most of it. Is just your DM before the campaign even starts, taking his idea and putting it into hundreds of pages of writing for the players to indulge in their technical skill in DMing to bring about situations that are fun and engaging.
Right. And that's the other thing that I take from a lot of other DMs that I've always been reading up about how to make your combat more interesting. And when I started out, it was okay. Let's race each other to 0 HP. Sometimes in combat, that is what it is, and there's nothing wrong with that. Other times, I try to give you guys objectives. Escape, protect, move. Run out the clock. We haven't had many run out the clock or many different objectives. It has mostly been a race to 0 HP, but sometimes I do give you that ticking time bomb of if you don't defeat him in this time, he's powering up his super cannon. Good luck. And it's really fun to make these new mechanics for combat as well, which is why I like having my playtesters, which I do still have. I go, okay, here are your builds. I basically hand them your sheets, and I go, bust this in every way you can, come up with the most creative solutions you can, and kind of see what's going on here and see how things can interact. And if I didn't think of something, like, your spirit terrain was interrupted by you casting something as a reaction to kind of hit the librarian, that kind of made it break concentration on the casting of spirit terrain. That was something that was thought of previously. So it wasn't something like spirit terrain's always going to go up every time. It's that high risk of, okay, you're locked down. What if someone hits you while you're doing it? You need immense concentration. If someone just reactions and baps you in the back of the head. Now, I'm not saying they can flick you, but they give you a good enough smack, it might knock you out of it. So it's something to be wary of, and it also foreshadows that just in case you try to use it and you're not able to. The other things that keep me motivated are character design. I really, really enjoy designing new NPCs for you guys. Normally when I sit down and make these NPCs, it's because I've had that spark of just, oh my god, this is going to be so much fun to interact with. This is going to be so much fun to make. The new party or the other party was very fun for me to make because I had an idea and I ran with it. I have other NPCs that are amazing to make. This pretty much all started because of Lefty's NPC idea. I was like, I want to make a samurai that looks like that because I saw the character art that I used for Lefty a long time ago, and I went, I want to make that. So this really originated from him. A lot of it. It really did. He was the inkling of, well, I don't want to just plop him in a high fantasy setting because then he's just another guy with a sword. I want to plop him in a setting where having a sword means something. Not everybody has magic.
Sword does mean something in this campaign. Everybody's sword is basically pretty much a telling of their power, their history, and how much they've done to get to where they are now. I mean, you look at everybody's weapons, just weapons in general in this, in this campaign are a very good telltale sign of a character's motivations. See what I did there? Characters' motivations and their stories, pretty much. So let's dive into it. Let's start at the top. We'll go for Lefty's sword, right? Lefty's current sword.
Lefty's current sword, so not talking about the blue blade. The blue blade was something I gave to Lefty as a result of his sort of creation, and I wanted him to have that sort of power behind it. Originally, Lefty was not supposed to change out his sword for the second sword that he got. That ended up breaking over time. But over time, I realized that Lefty's original sword was something that he was sort of ashamed of. Something that he, as he traveled with you guys, it was a sword that brought death, and he was a very brash fighter back when you met him. And then because of meeting you, Alcoy, and Mel, he kind of mellowed out, you know? Like he softened for Jude. You know, Ravi taught him what it means to fight for something. And Alcoy taught him that killing without reason is just pointless. Didn't make him a complete pacifist, don't get me wrong. He still kills when he wants to and needs to. But Lefty is very much more careful about who he kills now, which I wanted that reflected in his new blade. A sort of peaceful looking blade, which again goes back to the small details. If you notice, Ikarai has a very heavy tie to koi fish, not only because of the Kawa clan, but because he wants to be calmed. Koi fish are a very calming thing, and that's why with the handguard of Lefty's blade, it symbolizes koi fish swimming in a circle.
Yin yang type thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But I really enjoyed that idea of kind of giving Lefty that groundedness through time, through his sword. And again, the swords themselves and the weapons in this campaign give me a lot of motivation. They allow me to build characters. I told Adrian this earlier, but I start normally when I can't think of a character based on art and I'm looking at my Pinterest board and it's like nothing's clicking. I'll sit there and I'll go, okay, what weapon are they using? And then when I figure out what weapon they're using, I go, okay, how is that weapon different? How does this make them different? You know, like Oro, his blade is a very normal looking sword. In fact, it looks mundane, but the fact that he refuses to draw it a lot of the time gives it that deeper meaning of, okay, he's a peaceful guy, so he doesn't need some extravagant sword. Meanwhile, you have people like, you know, for example, Shin. His sword was very heavy into the sort of simplicity on the blade side, but the handguard had etchings in it. I made sure Shin's sword was very detailed in the sort of handguard because of, you know, he wants efficiency in his blade, but when it comes to protecting himself, his defense was lacking when he was fighting. So, because of that, he doesn't care much for efficiency in his handguard, which is eventually what got him killed in the alleyway by bandits. So his offense is amazing. He can take out everyone, but being the glass cannon that Shin was, he'll take you out, but if he'll go down afterwards, probably. He'll collapse from exhaustion, which also shows that when he stayed standing, his defense was lacking. Because he stayed standing, he had no thought of preservation of, okay, I'm gonna collapse now. He doesn't collapse. He just keeps attacking until he can't move, until the sword fails him. And that's the symbolization between weapons. So, they give me a lot of motivation. What about you? What do you find motivation in yourself, Adrian? You know.
I think diving into Rafi's character,
Mhm.
his weapons really are. I mean, they're probably one of the more unique things in the more unique weapons in the campaign, just purely because in a world surrounded by blades and long spears and sharp ends, he uses blunt force trauma to eradicate people.
Just
So I think just the whole idea of using wooden sticks a in a world dominated by swords and blades is, number one, the first thing that comes to mind is he's a foreigner to this world, a foreigner to this land, right? He is from an entirely different country, entirely
right.
different island. So his utilization of these specific weapons makes sense because okay, well he's from a different place. He probably uses a different weapon because they just don't do it the way we do it. And also, I think it establishes just the look and the make of the weapon, like the actual composition of the wooden sticks, right? Kamagong. The idea of Rafi using wood, which kind of goes back to how the weapons tell stories for everybody, like you were telling before about Lefty and Shin. I'll talk about Mel's and Alex's characters first. So Jude's sword, or no, Alcoy's sword, right? Alco was originally running with what sword did he have? There's a basic sword, right?
He had a basic sword, and then he was trying to refine a magical copper sword that he pulled out of a statue of an Oni that turned into a real Oni. And the sword was very heavily tied to the Jin Ryu, which is why in his pre campaign session we did, he ended up encountering a Fu Ryu that ended up killing the weakened Oni. He pulled the sword out of the chest, and in exchange for that sword, the Fu Ryu offered him a cream white blade, and the handguard looked like clouds were moving through it. And he went, I didn't earn that. That would be, I earned this sword. And he kept holding on to that sword. So it goes to show Alcoy's sort of thought process of, I need to earn my things. I don't want to just buy something. I want it to be something that comes from me. Which is also why when you see him go to Wong a lot of the time, he really doesn't buy any upgrades. He asks to use the forge himself.
Yeah. It's, I mean, for me, the way I would analyze it, and again, Alex might join us soon, so he'll probably give his sense on it since it's his character. My thing is, Alcoy's weapons tell a story of radical change, or like extreme highs and extreme like lows. So when he started, when he was using basic swords, it was kind of he's a samurai, he's a rock solid in his beliefs, rock solid in his honor. He doesn't need a weapon to look nice. He doesn't need a weapon that's special because it's his sword. It's special because he uses it, and it is a tool for him. It's a form of discipline for him to have a simple sword that is very well maintained. And when he goes through these radical changes, like when he started figuring out he was half and half, um, he's half and half, right? I just want to make sure. Half Oni, half Ryu,
He's
right?
half Oni, half Ryu, and I'm not talking like, oh, his parents were. I mean, he's physically, as you know,
Yeah,
Men Mother took the broken parts of an Oni and a
yeah,
Ryu and stitched them together. So he is
yeah,
physically half and half.
yeah. And again, that's the radical changes of him dropping that sword and becoming, the Starlight Samurai, getting the Emosen blade. It's like it represents a radical change both in his character, his character um and his beliefs. Because again, he was a very I would say devout to the Ryukin culture, very well versed in it. And when he found out it was a lie, and we went to Amosa after after Rai City, or no, yeah, was that it? We went to Rai City and then Amosa.
We went to Rise City, and then you went to Ikarai's temple. Amosa was
Yeah.
before Rise City.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, um, like him picking up that blade kind of represented a change in his or becoming like the sun rising on his beliefs of, oh, something big is about to change because his sword changed. Like he realized he's going to realize something about himself if he hasn't already. And I think that's another thing. And then he also, as he became during the spirit realm, during his journey through the spirit realm, he lost all his powers of the from the blade. And I think that also is again a representation of his belief system changing radically, because now he lost all his powers. His sword is back to just being a sword that looks nice. Kind of just represents I guess uncertainty, because it's something that was something that once was, and now it kind of is a husk, similar to his whole
In his
thing of
creation.
finding out he was a husk.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I think that represents Alcoy's thing of radical change, or something will not change him unless it is extremely radical to his beliefs and
Mm,
goes against what he thinks.
right.
Uh, Jude, right? I think Jude's weapons, I mean, they do stay consistent, right? She still has short swords,
Hmm.
but I think it's the addition of beliefs, like addition of learning new things and experiencing and experimenting with new things, and also the idea of kind of, how do I say this, desperate change, like
Mm.
desperate times for desperate measures, especially picking up Aya's sword with Tenny inside of it. I think that represents kind of her place in the world as kind of this bridge between the mortal realm and the spirit realm, as she wields one of the craziest spirits ever in
Oh, yeah.
her hands. She represents kind of the power of two different worlds.
And it's so
Right.
true because you look at her old weapons, they were very normal short swords, but she wielded them well as well. So it's that sort of earthly power versus the spirit power. And I like that you drew that parallel because not only I know you guys probably figured it out, but it's great hearing you guys like pick up on the stuff that I try to tell through giving you guys these things because Jude really is. She's a fortune teller, like originally. She still is. But when she started with the backstory of I'm a traveling fortune teller, you know? And her being a bridge between the spirits and the mortal realm, compounding that with not only her weapons, her abilities, in her epithets and everything. And it's great to see that you guys pick up on that. The one correction I have for Alcoy's sword change is he lost all his powers akin to his body. His sword, he just doesn't tap into as much. Whether that be a feeling of worthiness or sort of loss of connection because of his radical change and because of losing identity, that remains to be seen. But the thing with Rafi's weapons that I like about him, I like the idea that he is a foreigner, and it's true. Having these dull weapons in a world of blades is quite possibly one of the most interesting character decisions people have made. I would say they have two other meanings. One, Rafi's a very blunt dude. He does not beat around the bush.
Yo, he does.
Well,
he does.
Yeah.
But not this sense.
Yeah. But, he's very direct and to the point without actually having a point to his sword, but, it's a stick. It's blunt. It's also odd because out of everyone, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Rafi is the quickest one to decide to kill someone. Like, it takes a lot less thought for him to kill someone than it does the rest of the party. And it's the funniest thing because, again, those sort of opposites of Alcoy and Rafi and then the midpoint of Jude. Jude has a sharp weapon. She will kill if she needs to. Rafi is down to kill if he feels it's right. And he has the least sharp weapon. And Alcoy has the sharpest weapon and is the one that refuses to kill the most. And I like that sort of dichotomy of like the two opposite ends. And it's also shown again in the Men Mother chase. The sort of thought of the brutality of Rafi's weapons as well. You're not giving a quick and painless death to people that you're giving a mercy kill to unless you hit them just right. You're bashing their skull in and you're seeing it split open in real time. Alcoy's mercy killings are quick right across the neck. You have to beat him in,
Yeah, I think what it is so even though Rafi, like, it kind of balances out all of our I guess time to kill, where it's Rafi has very Rafi's very quick on it. Rafi's very quick to decide whether he's going to fight or take somebody's life or not. But his choice of weapon makes it a long commitment where he can't really back out.
Right.
Like, or he has the option, not really the option, but his weapons aren't quick.
Right.
In terms of, killing. He needs to commit to that decision. And I think it's a very good sign of, since he is so quick to fight and he does use these weapons, he's not playing around when he does use them.
Exactly.
He will commit to that decision.
Mm-hmm. Alcoy's a little slower on the draw.
He has to work him down.
He's gotta bash him. Alcoy takes so long to make his decision about killing, or it takes a lot to make Alcoy decide to kill you, but when he does, that's a decisive decision, and that normally takes one or two cuts. Once he decides that he wants to kill you, that's normally the end phase of the fight. And if he knows he wants to kill you, your head's off. Your arm's off, whatever, you're stabbed. And then the sort of balancing of that with Mel, it's interesting because her hand's always on the blade, but it's not always drawn. And that's, again, a dichotomy we talked about in what I'm going to be calling the Lost Tavern talk. The sort of idea that Rafi's weapons are drawn, Jude has her hand on her weapons, and Alcoy always has his sheathed and his hands are normally away from his weapon. And again, it's sort of the differences in philosophy of Rafi's like, you want to fight? Jude's like, do you want to fight? And then Alcoy's, do you want to fight? You know?
Yeah,
There's the
it's
three different ways of
it's
doing
yeah, it's like curiosity, caution, and immediate action.
it. Mm-hmm.
Like Rafi is I will fight. Yeah, like we were saying, Rafi is I will fight. Jude is you want to fight, like a kind of a not a challenge, but more of like a genuine like are we doing this right now? And then Alco is a very questioning like why? What's your purpose for drawing your blade? Because I haven't drawn mine. 'Cause
Exactly.
I know what I want to do. Another
Mm-hmm.
thing about Rafi's weapons, again, they're made of wood. They haven't changed
Mm.
at all. They've had cosmetic changes, they've had slight upgrades, but at the end of the day, they've been the same two sticks or same stick, that he's been using, and it took breaking them to and he hasn't replaced them. He broke one, and it hasn't been replaced.
Right.
I think it represents again kind of his connection to the trees of rock solid roots and believing in what he believes.
Right.
He hasn't. I think again talking about change for characters and motivation, it's Rafi has had kind of the least change in his beliefs. You know what I mean?
Mm.
He's always gone back to the roots of he's Rubian. He's here to secure freedom and protection for his family and his country, and that hasn't changed at all. The campaign. I think everybody's motivations has changed at some point, but Rafi's has stayed the same. It's just been different missions to get to that point.
Right.
Represents his belief.
That's an interesting thing because my question to you is, and I know this is going to come off weird, why does Rafi still travel with these two?
Yeah, that's a weird thought, man.
That's a
Because
weird one.
Rafi Rafi I think originally traveled with them because they had, I mean, the real thing was that they had invitations to Karai Castle, or that
Mm.
they got into a fight together and they kind of went out to cover or talk about why they were attacked. I think Rafi's main reason now to travel with um because he thinks of them as his family. They're an extension of his country now. Because he's been traveling with them so long, they've helped him, he's helped them. They've gone through so much thick and thin, and they've made crazy decisions. They've defeated powerful enemies. They've cried together. They've laughed together. They've eaten together. They've slept. Well, they've slept in the same camp. For,
They've slept together. Just Okay.
okay. Oh,
Hmm.
but yeah, they've rested all in the same camp. They've eaten at the same camp. They've traveled. They've set up. They've done all these things together that Rafi kind of thinks of them as family because they've taught him things. He's taught them things, so they're connected. And I think he has this obligation to see, okay, I'm working towards my country and their safety, but these people, I need to make sure they're safe too because they're my family now.
Which really gives a lot of deeper meaning to that thing you said in Ida's house about sort of having them come back to Rubia with you after a while. That there's always like a home for them. It's not just an empty promise or something that you just say to people that you're traveling with because you're traveling with them. You truly view them as people in your family, and dare I even say, honorary Rubians at this point.
Yeah, they are pretty much honored because he sees them as an extension of his family. He sees them as not even an extension. He sees them as family, as long like people he discovered who were part of his family. And I think offering a place in his home country that he's been working so hard to protect from foreigners says a lot about how he thinks about these people. And yeah, it's just like yeah, again, I want to especially focus on that is that he's been protecting his country from foreign invasion from Yumagawa for so long.
Oh yeah.
His whole mission was to get there and rescue people and bring them back to his country, rescue his brothers. The idea of him inviting foreigners to the country that he was protecting for so long is insane.
Oh
But
yeah.
it makes sense for him because this is his family. These are Alco and Jude. That's it. They're Alco and Jude. They get to come because that's their home too. Because that's my home.
I like that. That's really interesting too. It's also interesting to sort of see and hear little bit, like the little tidbits we've been hearing about sort of Ruby and beasts affecting Yumagawa in unexpected ways, kind of like invasive species. You know, we have the Capre that, sometimes if you find a Capre in Yumagawa, it's causing some sort of disturbance in the spirit realm, or Bakunawa, which is Rubian in origin. It started off really small in Rubia. It eventually grew to be one of the most powerful sea creatures in all of Yumagawa, and it was one of the biggest threats to even the seven swordsmen, which are pretty much directly below the creator gods. So it's a scary thought that the Rubian people can kind of come in and just become so incredibly powerful over this time.
Yeah, they're kind of the sleeping giant
Mm-hmm.
of the, once you wake once you wake Rubia, then all of their problems become yours.
Exactly.
And they know how to deal with their problems. But when they introduce them to a different land, all hell breaks loose. And I think it's also, again, kind of reflective of Rafi, where he was deployed into the country to find his Rubian friends. And if he wasn't attacked during that time, I think he would have just gone in and out and not even really cared for Alkoijut or any of the people he's met. I think he just went and gone in and out and then went back to his country and lived a good life, lived a simple, peaceful life. But the fact that he was tested by enemies in Yumagawa is he's become the eighth sin.
Mm.
He's become the underground infamous, anti-hero basically that takes in the night
Oh,
and
yeah.
brings back to his country.
And that's
And
really
it's weird.
interesting.
It's weird.
And another
Keep
thing
going.
about motivations that really interests me is that out of all the epithets that you've gotten, you got two new epithets: Eighth Sin Rafi and Forest Shogun Rafi. And yet, out of those two, one of them's positive, one of them's negative. And it really shows the motivation here. Because I know you've been vying to go into the underground, like criminal underbelly. And it shows because when you reference yourself with your epithets, the first one you always bring up is Eighth Sin Rafi. Because you are tied to that underground, and that shows your motivation right on your sleeve. And I find that really interesting. And I love that.
Yeah. What do you mean shows my motivation on my sleeve? What do you think his motivation is with the eighth sin thing?
I think it's less about Rafi's motivation and more yours. Sort of, you want to see that criminal underground. You want to see the underside of sort of Yumagawa right now. You want to see what Rafi's been
Yeah.
doing in this time skipped in these 6 months. Kind of see how he's been dealing with stuff and how he got that
Yeah.
name. And I think
You
it
know
piqued your
what? You know what I think it
curiosity.
is as well?
Hmm.
Yeah, it does pique my curiosity because seeing so much. I mean, we've had a lot of loss and a lot of sad moments, but we've never really seen any evil, or we haven't really experienced evil close to us. We've always been fighting it,
Right.
and we've never really just had a backseat to watch. We've always done something about it. So having the party go down into a criminal underbelly that Rafi was a part of and pretty much helped build for a little bit during his time, that he's gotten so proficient in navigating, kind of brings the question of, kind of brings up a few questions for his party members to ask him of, why are you doing this, or I think it's a sense of, again, he would do anything for his family.
And that's the question of how
His
far will he go?
Yeah, and I think he's gone very far already
Oh, yeah.
because it's the eighth sin, and I think it's an extension of pride, or extension of greed and pride.
Oh, yeah.
The first two they've ever encountered.
First two you ever encountered
Greed
in
and pride.
both Taute and this campaign. And
Yeah.
and that's again on purpose. In Taute, I always tried to frame pride and wrath as your final bosses, same with Sloth. In this campaign, I framed greed. I did it the same way. I introduced you to the sins in pretty much the same exact order, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
So this really is just a
I think, yeah,
spiritual
but it is.
successor, and it turned out so
Yeah,
much
I think
better
it
than
is. Hold
Taute.
on.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's good. But I think it is like Rafi's pretty much he's killed a bunch of sins already. They're on his cloak, like the symbols of them. I think it's the idea of him being the eighth sin is him combining all of the sins that he's killed and absorbing not literally like what Alcoy or Jude do, but he's taking their motivations and bringing them into his life of I need to be greedy for Ruby. I need to take all this money away and bring it back to Ruby to rebuild. I need to I need to build this name for myself and give pride to my name of the eighth sin underground so I can get information that I need. All this stuff. I need to be wrathful so that I can scare, I can intimidate, so people don't mess with me and my family. And I think all of this motivation is, again, for his family, which includes Alcoy and Jude. Because why else would he go into the underground besides Rubia and spend so long there? Why would he get so much information out of the underground? It's because he was looking for things that would help Alcoy and especially Jude. He did a lot of work. Like, where do you think they got the information of the Cry Castle, the underground? Who do you think got it? Rafi. He brought them there.
Yep.
Disappearing for weeks on end, disappearing for days on end, coming back beaten, bloody, tired, covered in dirt and dust. All he has in his hands is his weapons and a single scroll saying, "We need to go here now."
And I love
It's
that.
crazy. Because, I mean, I don't think Rafi's inherently evil.
No, definitely
At the end of
not.
the day, his motivations, like every villain was once a highly motivated hero.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you look
So,
into the backstories of each of the villains, too. I mean, let's go through the sins. You know, Pride, he became a sin because he wanted to gain power, but also because he wanted to spread the glory of his clan's name, keep his bloodline going, and he wanted eternity to learn martial arts. You know, Ikurai became a sin because he wanted to defend people. He wanted to bring the wrath of the Kawa to others and sort of defend the Kawa clan himself, bringing prosperity to them. Lust, well, going back to her, she was just very tricky. You know, she was odd. Back in her time, she really couldn't gain power most ways. So she wanted to gain fame as a musician, and because of that, she knew she didn't have enough time in her lifetime to get that way. You know? Same thing with sloth. Sloth followed lust, and that's one of the few sins that was tempted by another sin to become one. Sloth fell in love with lust, but he knew he couldn't be with her because he wouldn't live forever. She tempted him, and when he became a sin, she got bored of him after a little while, and he never really forgave her for that. So, and then gluttony is just always hungry. He was always hungering for something. He wanted more. He wanted to be a sumo, and he wanted to sort of gain that renown and reputation and be able to eat forever. And because of his insatiable hunger, you know, he just kept going.
yeah, it's awesome to see just how well the sins reflect our characters too. Right? I mean, honestly, more Rafi than anything, because again, I don't really see evil, like the inherent evil in anybody. The
I could see
campaign makes it
Wrath
rough.
and
That's not me trying
Jude.
to be edgy. That's just me. Yeah, it's not me trying to be edgy. It's just me analyzing Rafi and seeing everybody else really does good stuff, or at least tries to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Rafi is always, the one to pick up a weapon first, and always the one to swing first.
Yes.
So yeah, and then bringing it back to the weapons, it's always been, it's his weapons just tell how solid his mind is, or how focused his mind is, because he's I think he's had a lot of physical change. Again, losing the arm, slow corruption of his left arm. It tells a big story of he's been through so much, but at the end of the day, he's still holding his sticks, ready to fight at any moment.
I
So
think
no
the
matter
other
what,
thing,
you can't put him down.
I think the
Yeah.
other thing with his sticks is he doesn't really reflect on his deeds in a certain way. Like, he doesn't regret them. He doesn't think that he did wrong a lot of the time. You know, you see Jude and Alcoy, they reflect. And again, Rafi's weapons don't reflect really. They don't have a mirror in them. If you polish his weapons, you're not going to be able to see yourself in them really. So he doesn't really look back at his big decisions with any sort of contempt or regret a lot of the time, which has gotten him into trouble, but it's also been something where he doesn't look back a lot. You know, he's pushing forward, which is
Yeah.
also very reminiscent of not only your style as Rafi of fighting with sticks, Adrian's style of fighting with sticks. I wanted to bring this up really badly. I got the absolute gift and pleasure of working sticks with a real, you know, true, in my opinion, master of sticks recently, Adrian. And going back and forth, I got to learn his sort of way of doing sticks. My way is more of a very competition based style. I'm very, I'll fence you, I'll keep my hand on my stick, I'll move around, and I'll get very flow with it, you know? It'll be a flow drill. Adrian, he gets in there and he'll press you and he'll keep pushing forward on you, you know? And it's sort of the difference of ideology, but also the idea that he is always pressing forward, similar to Rafi. Again, another direct parallel of you to Rafi that I just so
One to
enjoy.
one. One
It's
to one.
oh,
It's yeah, that's true. Because Rafi never really falls back unless he's protecting somebody. Like unless he's carrying somebody out of a bad situation. He's always fighting forward, or he's always doing that. I think the biggest take, like the biggest draw away from the parallel is when Rafi uses support abilities. Number one, because I can't breathe trees in real life. But um, Rafi's actually no, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it still is one to one. Because my motivations kind of stem off of my family and also my friends who I consider family. So helping them in any way is kind of my motivation for doing the things I do, no matter how evil they have to be. So if somebody is in a pinch, I'll do whatever it takes to get them out of it because that's just what I think is right. And I think that's what Rafi does too. Again, with the criminal underground of he went into this world of evil to bring out things for his friends to do good with, or he's sending it somewhere good. He will take on all the darkness so that his friends can shine. He will do the dirty work.
and I love that.
That's his role. That's his role. Again, he's a tree man. He's in the dirt. He lives there. That's his place. And I think that's his place in the party. Not I mean it is in a moral sense that his morals are below the others because he doesn't really have too many. He has missions and motivations. He doesn't really have morals. He'll do things to accomplish missions, but he never really questions his morals. There's been exceptions like with when he almost killed Ada outside the warehouse, the Karai warehouse. That was a change in his thing, but really it didn't do much in the grand scheme.
Right.
He had he doesn't use his mercy a lot.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's just him being below everybody in terms of morals works to the party's favor.
I would say so. It definitely gives them information. And honestly, as weird as it sounds, I know you didn't build Rafi to be the most physically like book smart guy. However, in terms of battle IQ and strategy, I would say Rafi is probably the smartest in the party when it comes to that. So you are, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but most of the planning, most of the plans that you've come up with that have been very successful, everybody really defaults to Rafi. So he kind of is that sort of brain power of, okay, we have to do this. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. And that's how we get there. You know?
Yeah. When they have to do something dangerous, it's usually Rafi making the plan, and usually Rafi is going to be the one to fight first when things inevitably go wrong. But yeah, I guess that is his plan. I mean, it also makes sense for backstory because, again, we're talking about. the rebel, the warrior, the prophet, right? Um, Rafi is a soldier, like a true soldier. Like he is Rubian, a Rubian rebel, a soldier in that militia. Alqua's a fighter too, but Alqua's a swordsman. Alqua's a samurai, somebody who I don't know how to describe it. Somebody who fights for honor and representing that honor. And Jude's just a fight for survival, but Rafi was trained and bred to kill, and trained and bred to defeat enemies. So I think that's how his brain works. And that's where he
Right.
excels. Like he can't. He's learning how to write. He's still not great at reading. He's terrible with names. But when it gets to, when it gets to, when it gets to exchanging fists, he's the one who thinks the most, and that's the only time he really ever thinks.
And it's really interesting to see too. The other thing that I like is you mentioned that Alcoy is that warrior versus that rebel, the sort of soldier versus the person that travels for knowledge and honor. And again, that
Soldier versus
brings
samurai, right?
the soldier versus the samurai. And I find that interesting because that brings up, again, I'm trying to bring back the points from the Lost Tavern talk because I really
Yeah,
liked it. Um, the sort of idea of the chisel and the paintbrush. You know,
yeah,
the idea that Rafi learns martial arts and learns how to fight for the purpose of surviving and for the purpose of life. And he lives and dies by his weapons. Not saying none of the other party members do that, but that is Rafi's purpose of fighting. That is what he does it for. He does it because he needs to do it to live. Alcoy learns because he wants to learn for the art of it. He wants to learn to sort of grow his knowledge, grow his honor. That's why when he does duels and when he gets challenged to fights and stuff, he doesn't kill, he doesn't maim, he just, tries to spar and exchange knowledge. When Rafi gets challenged to a fight, it's, oh, you're trying to kill me? All right. And then the guy's dead on the floor. And it's a
yeah.
sort of
It's back to
interesting.
purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It's back to purpose where Rafi, yeah, chisel versus paintbrush. We'll stick on this topic for a little bit because again, Lost Tavern talk, it was really interesting, and there's still so much to talk about with it.
Oh, yeah.
But the chisel versus the paintbrush, where they stemmed, they're on the same, they're in the same toolbox, right? Both of them are used, both of them connect to the art in some type of way, the art of fighting, and utilizing a paintbrush, you have all these different options. You create beautiful, you have the options of how do I frame this in a certain way? How do I make it look beautiful? How do I preserve the original meaning, right? How do I represent something on this canvas? A chisel still creates, but it is direct, it is intentional, and it is precise. Where if I want to take away something from this, if I want to take away something, I will press and I will break into it and remove pieces so that it becomes something I want to look at. And again, it does reflect very well in Rafi and Alcoy, and also reflects well in me and you when we initially sparred. Or not sparred, when we initially, did that session with the sticks. It's Rafi's entire purpose to live is to survive the fight and get out and keep pushing.
Right.
And Alco's motivation is to maintain, like Alco's main, again, Alex will join us soon to correct me here, but Alco's main motivation is to, again, preserve his honor. He's a lot about honor, but also to learn knowledge, to exchange.
Right.
So again, I'm restating your points here, but if Alco is challenged to a duel, he will honor it, and he will abide to rules, and he will not aim to kill because it's just an exchange of information. It's a bout to see whose art and whose techniques have been more precisely honed. If Rafi was ever challenged to a duel, which I assume you'll get pressed in the underground, it's quick. It's a quick decision, and there is no honor in that fight. It's
No.
who's standing at the end of it.
Absolutely. There's definitely dirty techniques that you're allowed to employ down there and stuff that Rafi would just do. you know. But I think also that idea of the chisel and the paintbrush, the creating art versus the sort of intentional pressing and all that, the way you described those two, again reflects in your weapons one more time. I know I keep going back to it, but Rafi's blunt weapons, you know, his sort of intentional force, the commitment to making those decisions versus Alcoy's very elegant style of using his blade and sort of moving it around. And then when he does want to make that intentional decision, he can make that decisive decision, but he has the options, you know?
Yeah, I think it's, it also tells very well about the precision of these weapons, right? So a blade has a point, a blade has an edge, and they have their purpose driven, right? A blade is an edge is to cut, and a point is to stab or thrust, and it's very precise. You can aim. Rafi doesn't really aim; he just kind of swings because there's no edge on this. Every single
Oh, yeah.
part of this is a weapon. Like every
Mhm.
single, again, I showed you again in the sparring. If we want to pull it up, we can.
Sure.
And talk about that video if you want to.
I'm down with it.
Every single part of this, yeah, can be used as a weapon. It can be used to grapple. It can be used to strike from the rear, a punyo attack. It can thrust as well, swing, and that's the main thing of it. Is that every single part of this is built to attack, and a blade isn't really like that.
Right. You can kind of grapple with blades, but it's not made for it. It's the idea that the blade is honed for specific purposes and things, which, again, serves towards your characters. You know, Alcoy has a very specific purpose when he fights. Rafi is get in, get out by any means necessary. Alcoy is sort of learn and exchange. And while those sound very specific, Alcoy's is probably more focused on that learn and exchange idea. Rafi's ideas of get in and get out can extrapolate to whatever they need to be to get him in and out. Whether that be fighting dirty, whether that be fighting honorably, whether that be running, that is all up to Rafi. And it's the idea that, you know, he can use multiple methods to get to his end. You know?
It's that thing of adaptability.
Mm-hmm.
Where
like
I mean, Alcoy is very, Alcoy can adapt very
Mm.
easily to situations. But in terms of philosophical ideas, Alcoy is bound to the sword. Alcoy is bound to the blade, where he will use it because that is what he's been training. That's what he's been training to do. He's been using all this time, polishing his weapons, practicing his forms, studying, utilizing those techniques in combat, in duels, and he's learned how to use his weapon in specific ways. He's learned how to use the blade, and he's learned how to use the point and the edge. But Rafi's weapons, again, kind of symbolize the adaptability through simplicity, adaptability through rigidity, where every single part of this weapon is a weapon. Every single part of this can be used to hit and swing and attack. But just, it's simple. It represents his beliefs of being, it's one thing, and it can apply to many different things. But at the end of the day, it's this. And I think that's a big part of it. If you want to pull up the video, we can now.
Yeah, sure. Would you
I'll
mind
stream it as
streaming?
well
Yeah,
if
I
you
was
want.
gonna say, would you mind streaming it?
I got it.
All right, all right. But going back to that idea of the sort of rigidity and simplicity, I also like how Rafi started off the campaign with very specific, well thought out techniques that he would use in one way. And he had very good basics, you know, he was very good. He got good at the basics. And as time went on, he really didn't. I mean, he extrapolated, but he didn't really shy away or fall from those basics. It showed that even if you have just basics, good basics are the things that get you through fights. And I really enjoyed that Rafi doesn't stop using his first few forms, you know? Because each of them has a use. And I enjoy the fact that you sort of go through this and you don't stop using first form. In fact, first form, the most basic form, the first form that you learn in forest breathing, is the form that I think you use the most. And I love that because it shows that
Yeah.
Rafi always returns to his roots, like you were saying before. Oh my god. Oh my god, the connections. Ah,
The connection.
the connection.
It all goes back.
It all goes back, and I
All right.
like that. All right. So this was the
So this clip
weapon
right here,
flow,
Vito, you
yeah.
can introduce it.
Thank you. Um,
Give me a little introduction to it.
so like I was saying before, I had the absolute pleasure of being able to, work with Adrian with sticks. I've had roughly 6 years of stick training to this point, so nothing too intensive, nothing too perfect or great. I was never fully trained for sticks specifically, so those of you that are like, oh, six is a lot, it's like, no, that was like six every Saturday. I really have like 52 weeks in a year, so you do the math. It was a rare occurrence that we would use sticks, but the times that we did get to use them, we would go very in depth. I got to see how Adrian's thought process works with these sticks as we went back and forth with this. Adrian grew up with a very different philosophy of stick fighting, and again, while I am not Alcoy's player, this is kind of the sort of reflection between the paintbrush and the chisel, how we fight. If you want to start playing that, or give yourself that introduction,
Yeah,
go for it.
practitioner versus a fighter.
Mhm.
So, again, Vito was talking about his. Just real quick, say it again for me. Your experience with martial arts, and then specifically sticks. Just state it real quick for me.
About 6 years of just sort of very easy Kali training, nothing intense. But
And me, I grew up pretty much using these. I'm from the Philippines originally, and these are Kali, Eskrima, Arnis, whatever you want to call it, is inherently a Filipino art, Filipino martial arts. And I grew up using these in a very different way than Vito, where instead of in a controlled environment, it was open air. How do I say this? Unsupervised use against opponents that were not always. It wasn't a sparring match. Let's just say that. Okay, it wasn't a sparring match. All right, it was a match. We're not sparring. So this clip where one night me and Vito were hanging out and decided to pick up the sticks and exchange our information of the paintbrush versus the chisel, where we grew up using these sticks in very different ways. But at the end of the day, they all come back to the same art form. But it was interesting to exchange that knowledge the way Alcoy likes to do it, exchange that knowledge between people and between users of these different styles, and just kind of see our thought processes. And you can see of the a lot of the thought process, especially in a lot of these clips here. So utilizing right. So right now, exchanging blows, simple stuff. Right. So that's actually a really good exchange right there. Well, let me see
I
that.
enjoyed that. Just a disclaimer,
Let me.
we are trained individuals. Do not try this at home. Even though we were
Please do
technically
not try this
doing
at home.
this in Adrian's basement,
We
we
were
were
doing
both
this
trained.
in
We
my
know
home.
what we were doing. We were in a controlled environment. So please do not
Yes.
start picking up sticks and whacking your friends. We do not condone that activity.
Okay. So it's just us filling each other out, just checking, basics pretty much of learning how each other, where do we stand? Do we know the same things in general?
Right.
Vito's just showing me takedowns here. If you want to talk about your ideology, especially when fighting with sticks.
So my ideology is very, you know, I don't go for the kill. I don't go for brawls. I go for sort of disarms and sort of making sure I can disable my opponents when stick fighting. Hey, look, Alex showed up. What's up, Alex?
Was a bit late. Yeah, my laptop is kind of fucked. I don't know why, but it's just not processing internet weirdly.
I got you. Yeah, let me
So
turn down your volume because your mic was. There you go.
I
All right.
either have to repair it or I have to. Well, I'm looking to buy a new computer now.
All right.
We are currently in a tavern talk. We are analyzing a clip of me and Vito actually sparring. And we're talking about basically the idea of a paintbrush versus a chisel, right? Two different ideologies when fighting. So the art form of martial arts versus the practical use of those skills in different environments.
Right.
Fighting versus sparring, martial arts versus combat.
Mm-hmm.
So clips right here. This is actually a good clip of um, the idea of, or the kind of the taboos of Vito's style applying in my style, where something that is pretty much never used and extremely looked down upon in Vito's style is used almost every single time with my style. So coming here, exchanging a few blows where he gets me into a bind, or actually, wait, coming up over here on this side.
Sorry, it's I was not expecting to see this, but it looks great.
Thanks.
Yeah, so right here,
Yep.
this is a few exchanges of blows, and then as soon as Vito gets me to a bind right about here, I get into this bind, I swing with my left fist right there. So
See,
again,
that
we'll
is
play
a
it back one more time.
huge taboo, taking your hand off your sticks when I was learning. That was like the cardinal sin. Like, your hand does not leave your sticks, because then the other guy has a weapon to hit you with, or you lose your main weapon. And then your philosophy of it, Adrian, is what again?
My philosophy is, I don't care if you take my weapon, because I'm going to hit you, and I'm going to keep hitting you. Vito's experience with combat is sparring,
Right.
where it's points based, there are judges, it's a controlled environment, and there are certain rules that you have to follow. And there are certain things that you just don't do, which is, again, take your hand off your weapon,
And
physically
punch the
attack
guy.
them with your own body, and punch the guy. Me, the way I had to use it is any means necessary, where you can do whatever you want as long as at the end of the day you are standing and the other guy isn't. So right here, you see again another demonstration of the bind here, where we get into a bind here, he grabs my stick, I just switch and hit him with a fist. That doesn't happen in control. That doesn't happen in martial arts usually.
Not normally
So-
in my own environments.
Not in his environment, not the way he was trained.
No.
So we were relating a lot of this to the parallels between Rafi and Alcoy, where if you wanted to describe, we were describing it, correct us, please correct us, because we were just kind of speculating. Alcoy's purpose of fighting when he has to is pretty much duels based, where he is not fighting to kill, he's not fighting to live per se. He's fighting for the exchange of knowledge between different styles, and he's here to gain as much information and learn as much as he can, that he builds his own base.
That is actually really spot on, because in the next session, I was actually gonna make a saying about, like, I was gonna have Alcoy say something along the lines of, "This isn't a duel. There's nothing to gain. This is a fight." When going against the bounty hunter, because in that case, there's nothing going on. Like the bounty hunter isn't teaching. He's not teaching the bounty hunter anything, or in the inability to. So it's devolved into a fight, where it's just fighting for the sake of fighting.
Yeah, that's a good point. Duels
That is
versus
true.
fights. I like that.
I love that. I
So,
love that a
we were
lot.
paralleling this where Vito's background fits with Alcoy's fighting style, where he was built up by the dojo, built up by trainers, built up by these techniques that were written and taught through generations, and utilizing them in that sense that we're talking about with duels based and honor based. Rafi's fighting, which is pretty much a one-to-one with me, because Rafi's a one-to-one, a self-insert, if you will. His style of fighting is very direct and aims to win, aims to maim, aims to kill. So it represents a lot in this fight right here, where Vito represents Alcoy and I represent Rafi. So
Maybe not
again,
the exact way we're
content.
swinging, but just the
Not the exact way.
philosophies.
Yeah,
You
just the
know.
philosophies. Because again, I can't breathe through trees. And here, yeah, I get mocked right there. Again, professionals, not really professional, but trained people even make mistakes and have fun as well.
Oh yeah.
Where, as we're changing blows, we'll get to a few of these clips here, but
I've definitely cracked Adrian a few times in these clips.
yeah. There's another one right there where, again, a wide swing, I go for the
Boom.
grapple, he gets me down, and the fist just comes out.
Right.
Never watching for it, because it's a clash of, again, relating back to the campaign, it's a clash of when Alcoy is getting into a fight instead of a duel, it's hard because we'll start here because my thoughts are a little bit everywhere.
Mhm.
Vito's not expecting me to punch because that's not what he was
Taught.
experienced with. Yeah, he was experienced with grappling and then finishing the fight that way, where now your opponent is disabled, you've won. He's not used to the opponent letting go of their weapon, going for a kill shot with their body. And I think it's the same way with Alcoy, where if Alcoy gets into a duel and somebody uses a dirty tactic, it's not always expected, and it kind of throws Alcoy off his game because the duel was established with rules. And if somebody uses these unorthodox techniques, it's a sense of throwing away your honor.
And that's why he got so mortally wounded when he dueled against the first love interest in the campaign, right?
Yeah, Nikita.
It was really
Not Nikita.
underhanded, and since
The
then,
Oh, not
the one with
Nikita?
the
Oh,
shoulder
yeah,
injury.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Because she
yeah.
ambushed
I
him.
was thinking about the most
She was
recent duel.
dirty. And even as a trained individual, speaking to the whole idea of, you know this is a fight, you can now start using the dirty techniques. I was never taught in an environment with dirty techniques. So I'm still at a disadvantage if someone's using these dirty, underhanded tactics because I was not taught how to defend against these in real time. You're always taught like, oh, you keep your hands up, you block this way, you do that. But nobody would ever actually come at you with the dirty, underhanded, shitty techniques that you would do. And I'm not saying shitty in the sense like they don't work. I'm saying shitty as in like it is like
Honorless.
taboo, honorless. You don't get taken by these, and that's why, again, I'm out of my element here. If Adrian takes his hand off, my brain short circuits, and that's where my failings come in as training comes. I love the looks of like excitement on your face as we're going through this too, because it really mirrors my own being able to do this. And I love how outwardly excited you are here.
Yeah.
And there it is,
So,
me trying to pick up
here's-
your technique. Bam.
Right there. So Vito, right? Let's walk through this. So here's a few exchanges as we get into that bind right this position right here. So typically Vito, in a sparring sense, or like in a controlled environment, in a duel,
In a
sparring-
controlled environment.
sparring session. Yeah, in a controlled, we'll call it that. In a controlled environment, Vito, what would you do in this situation if you were in a match with an opponent?
I would probably try to
And what's
go
the
either
ideology?
after your leg, or I would try to kind of
For a takedown.
for a takedown. I would try to let me see. How is your arm placed? Because I would say I
No,
would
no,
try
I mean,
to.
like you would try for a takedown.
Oh
just
yeah,
in
I would
general,
try for a
because
takedown.
that's to win the fight.
Yeah, that's to kind of
Yeah, or
incapacitate
a
and not
disarm.
kill. But here you see me trying to pick up Adrian's ideology of you can take your hand off the weapon and start brawling. So I kind of like flash that elbow at him.
Yep. And I get scared because it's like Vito's actually picking up on the things because I wasn't expecting him to do it either. Where.
Yep,
Just
there we
kinda
go.
just
And then I,
Yeah.
because I'm not used
See,
to it,
that's
my
how,
hand came
like-
off.
But it
And
represents how dirty the fighting can get, especially the type of style that I use,
mm,
where it just becomes ugly. It's not flashy at all. Where these hits look
No,
okay,
yeah.
and then it gets into a bind. Here, he punches, and I just start.
just
freaking
fucking
poking.
stabbing him with the
It
stick.
gets dirty, but that's the way
Mhm.
Rafi and I fight, where it doesn't matter how it looks as long as you run away at the end and you're fine, and the other guy's not. You're good. You won in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's very interesting to see. And again, Vito, talking about the actual weapon of the stick, right? I actually have the example, the same sticks that we use, right behind.
Oh, lovely.
If you've seen it throughout this tavern talk here, I actually have the two sticks that we were using.
Mm-hmm. With the little paper towels, we
For the
had to
record,
dampen the sound.
For the record, this is not padding; these are paper towels used to dampen sound, so we wouldn't wake up my parents. So this kind of represents actually these two sticks right here. So
you know what? Seeing you guys do your thing, it makes me want to like visit sometime and take you to a climbing gym and just go
yeah,
bring you
exchange
through
that
all the
information.
ropes.
That would be
Yeah,
We can
interesting.
go urban exploring and then
Oh, yeah.
show you the weird side of things. So again, this stick right here represents kind of the area of which Vito was taught to strike with, right? The swinging end,
Mm-hmm.
right here, just
Yep.
like that. This way, this way, this way, this way.
Mm-hmm.
When you switch to a stick like mine, every part of this is a weapon. here. It can use to grapple, it can use to swing, it can use to thrust this way, that way, that way. And in a controlled environment, that is very much not allowed because you will absolutely knock somebody's teeth out. But where I learned to use this stuff, that was pretty much essential.
The standard, if you will.
Yeah. So a lot of these clips here you see is Vito getting used to the different. Oh well, yeah, there you go. The different techniques, like how much he didn't really realize the weapon could be used for. Because he knew how to swing, he knew how to grapple with it, knew how to take down with it, but he didn't know the areas to actually fight an efficient duel. We're skipping that part here. We're skipping that part there. We're skipping that. Yeah. So this is a little sign of, just kind of the flash right there where it kind of does that. In a lot of flow drills, that's very common where it kind of just deflects and then we come back into contact there.
Right.
Nice. Wow. Actually a really good here where I swing down, Vito goes in quick, and now he's got me. In that sense, he would probably go for a disarm in a controlled environment, but
yes,
that's the kill shot. That's what I would do. That's what. Yeah.
This is where we go into the arm locks.
Yeah.
About what?
Alex, if you want to talk about, let's say if Alco is challenged to a duel, what's his aim, right?
It's
in a
always
roleplay sense, not a HP sense.
Oh, what he tries to do in a fight?
In a duel, yes.
He will always try to maintain distance. So if somebody tries to rush in to get close, he'll either punish them for doing so, or he himself will move back at the same rate. He wants to be the one in control of when he goes in to do a strike.
Why is that? That's exactly what I was doing in these.
In this.
Yup.
Yeah, there's a clip in this. There's a segment of this clip that demonstrates exactly what you were talking about.
The way I see it is just kind of like what my intuition is telling me is that the reason why trained martial arts is still considered like more advantageous than doing rough and dirty fighting is that it gives you a lot more, like rough fighting is you're adapting to your opponent, right? Because you have to find a way to break through through unusual means.
Yeah.
But if a person is trained enough, they will maintain such a way that it's very hard for the person to try to find a way to abuse or move around their movements. And by the time they try it, the person will already have struck a hit and either has backed off or is already reaching for the next hit. So you either have to, try to hit them knowing you'll get hit, or you have to back off.
Right.
I think if I explained that properly, I'm not sure if I did, but...
No, that's pretty much my interpretation. I don't know about you, Adrian.
Yeah. So, the idea is, right, so I'm very partial to what I do. I'm very, I'm not defensive of it, but
we are all.
I like to make sure that I am explaining it the way I'm getting it. So, dirty fighting and so there's a difference between dirty fighting and untrained fighting, right? So untrained fighting is dirty, but dirty fighting is not untrained. Where
that makes sense.
See a lot of
that tracks.
Yeah, you see a lot of if you see a fight at a high school, right? It's a lot of big haymaker swings like this over the head and just grabbing and punching like that. It's dirty, but it's also untrained. Dirty fighting, which you see what I do in this thing right here, is it's trained. It's been practiced, it's been tested, but there are techniques that are considered unhonorable. There are techniques that are just considered not the norm, not real techniques, bad practice.
Sorry, I used the wrong terminology. That's
good.
what I.
No, it's okay.
I'm doing it for the clip here. Doing it for the
info, my boys.
Like this concept. Yeah. So you're good. I mean, you already explained a lot of the concepts that we were about to show in the clip that we already did.
Pretty much.
It shows good intuition for fighting. Where here's Vito teaching a bunch of the different takedowns that he would do. So a lot of these are, again, leg sweep right here. So you want to explain, Vito.
So normally with a leg sweep, since you didn't really have anything I wanted to pull on, I wouldn't have done it. Again, the mechanics on that leg sweep were fucked because you could see if your leg's already up there and you're not down, that leg sweep wouldn't have worked. So I transitioned into sort of shoulder takedown, which again, poor form on that one as well. I'll take the knock on it. Normally, what I try to do is blade my arm across your shoulder, but it's the idea of get you on the ground because if you can't swing at me, there is no more fight. You know, if you're not able to hit me. And then I even go into, all right, now try and punch me, and you try to bring your hand up. I either push you down or I knee you in the head and kind of, you know, take you with that whole idea of sort of keep you locked down rather than kill you. Because that's the honorable way of doing it. That's the way of, like, trained fighters. And then that's the fucking clip. I love that. You showing me, like, yeah, sure, bam. Oh,
So,
I love this.
again, Vito's talking about these takedowns where after a takedown in a sparring match, the fight's over. He's on the ground, he doesn't have a weapon, or he's unable to hit you, and you would have a clean shot. That's typically where, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Vito, that's typically where a match would end. Whereas
Normally.
seeing that you clearly have a good shot, and the other person is kind of succumbed to your superior technique. Here, that's a lot of takedown stuff. It's not really contact with your actual weapon.
Right.
Here, what I'm displaying to Vito is the actual application of what happens when you do have them in a bind, right? Or what happens when you do have an advantage to strike. You go straight for the head, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it displays a few more times where, yeah, hit.
Yep, just bang,
At that
bang, bang,
moment,
bang.
Where you have that first hit, it's just go, go, go until the fight is over, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing it more here where, you know, there's a lot of flow. As soon as you get me to that bind, bang. Here's
Right.
the hit. It's dirty, but it's not untrained. There's a lot of thought process that goes behind it.
Right.
At the end of the day, it is still
I-
bad technique.
I'm watching this, and I've had the pleasure of speaking with basically a guy who's been in a martial arts family. Everybody in the family does martial arts,
Mhm.
and I've had him show me some concepts. Like the one concept is basically tricking people who aren't trained. Like if you grip someone's hand really tightly and they also grip you really tightly and they become stiff, there's like a technique where you can like pull them just a little bit to make their body think they need to like pull backwards, and then you push right after and they get completely launched forward because you've tricked their minds to basically help you do what you want to do.
I've done that a bit in jiu-jitsu. That sort of I do the opposite a lot of the time. So there's that in jiu-jitsu when you're starting out, you have that like push mentality of like establish your grips and push your opponent back. And what I do is called a push pull, where I'll push my opponent, and then as they're pushing back, I'll pull them in, and normally I use that time to get under their arm and take their back. It's actually one of my favorite moves, which is why I love taking the back so much, because everybody falls for it. Everybody has the fucking ego of, did the short guy just try to fucking push me? Let me push his ass back, take his weak
Yeah.
ass to the ground.
It's that
And
power
then-
play
that
there.
that specifically has taught me is if you're ever in a, it taught me never tense up, always be relaxed. Otherwise, it will not end well for you.
That's why a lot of trained fighters try
It's
to
good
be
to-
relaxed. Adrian,
Yeah,
you
right,
about
be fluid, right?
Mhm.
So this clip right here demonstrates again Vito's thought process and him slowly working out and forming what we call like that middle ground, right?
Mm.
The Jude. let's call it the Jude,
The
right?
Jude.
Because
Yeah.
we see Alco and Rafi as the polar opposites, or like kind of the far ends of the fighting spectrum, where Rafi does not fight at all for the art. He fights to win. He fights to survive. Alcoy fights not to kill, but to exchange the information. He fights to represent the art. But Jude, being a fortune teller, a performer in her backstory, starts to pick up these techniques of fighting, and she does fight to survive, but it has flourish, right? It has technique, and it is that middle ground that we see Jude always take between the two. So now we're seeing Vito kind of figure it out here, where he's basically working within his mind. You want to talk about it, Vito? Where you're working to basically combine the two styles.
Yeah. So I was working on the idea of grapples in my own little way. So I was trying to take the things you've taught me, and then I was also taking stuff from like jiu-jitsu and other arts where I've done locks and holds. And I was like, how can I apply locks and holds to sticks? So I was thinking coming up the arm that way, coming in, and then I'm still thinking about takedowns, which is also evident in how you see me grab a lot of the time. 90% of the time, when I get the clean shot to your arm, I grab the person, not the weapon. And I think that also speaks to our ideologies on the sort of grapples, because my focus is on the person holding the weapon. Your focus is on, the weapon itself. But as you can see, I'm kind of here, I'm formulating, okay, I have his arm, I have here, I can kind of break his arm, and, I can kind of do that. And then you tell me, why don't you just push? Why don't you just insert that under my chin and just keep pushing forward?
Vito's thinking of making it like submitting the person to a grapple or submitting the person so that they're out of the fight. For my idea that I gave to him is don't go for that because it's too complicated. It's thinking that you are in a controlled environment. But if we were fighting, let's say in the street, right? Look where his weapon is. I'm pointing as if you're gonna see my screen, but I'll point with the cursor here. There we go, mouse. So right here, Vito's trying to focus on his arm. You see his eyes are directly on
The arm and
The
breaking it.
torso.
Yep.
Yeah, the arm and breaking it. But what you don't see is me directly looking at the impending doom that I think is coming right here. But Vito doesn't notice it. See, he's even focusing on it still. And as soon as I bring his attention up, switches his grip, and bang, right there is I'm pointing again. Fuck it.
Give
So
a little
Vito's,
light
again,
skin
focused
scare
on
to
his
the
eyes
camera.
right
Just
here, down to the pull, and then bang. I focus his attention here, and then he goes here, and then he goes. Sin City wasn't made for. So you see that right there, where I show him. Oh, it's a lot simpler than you think, especially to take him down. Again, very taboo for what Vito is usually doing, because you don't do that.
no,
But
you don't
to win,
insert into the
you gotta
chin.
do that sometimes, and then push until they hit a wall.
Pretty
So
much.
You're seeing that thought process. You're seeing the gears start to turn of Vito combining his previous experience with what I'm teaching him now.
That's
And it's interesting to see, man. It's interesting to see those styles face off against each other because we were saying the exchange of information, right? In terms of pure skill, right? They're in two entire. There's no which one's better, right? Because if you threw, let's say Vito went into the street and tried to like face me, right? He tried to give me, hey, I want to spar, like I want to fight you. We have two different ideas of that, where I'm like, okay, he wants to fight. I'm going to attack him severely. Vito's idea, right? If he was bringing that same mindset of I'm going to show my art, he's going to show his, he's going to lose very badly. But let's say I, as a fighter, that who doesn't understand these rules, goes into Vito's, dojo, Vito's facility, and says, "Hey, I want to fight you, Vito." And we have two very different ideas of it. Sure, maybe I get a few good hits on him, but he might win. He's going to win the match in terms of points, in terms of a decision. So he's going to win the match in terms of decision and points, but also he's going to preserve his honor and he's going to display that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm breaking the rules. I'll get disqualified and I'll lose my honor and I'll get kicked out of that facility. I'll kicked out of that dojo. Nobody will respect me. So there's two very different schools of thought here. They're not better or worse than the other.
No.
Just different. So again, when those two ideas clash, like what we've seen in, let's say, the fight with, like, let's say the first fight with Alcoy and his first love interest, where he was expecting a duel, but he got underhanded in a street fight. He lost because he wasn't expecting that. He didn't understand the implications, or he wasn't aware of the implications that he was going to get ambushed.
He understood like after the fact, but by then the damage was already done.
Mm-hmm.
Because it only takes a moment for the damage to be dealt, right?
Precisely.
Correct.
Yes. Or if, let's say, Alcoy, like, I don't think this situation has happened before. He's always been challenged honorably in his dojo, in a dojo setting, where, let's say, Alcoy was fighting and then, or Alcoy was challenged by somebody who was.
I would say it's the first, like, he has had people fight him in such a way that they belittled him, like, in the past. but it was the first time that it was someone he trusted and expected to like fight in a specific way, and then going against that kind of expectation to betray, right?
Right.
It's kind of like if you fought with someone who was trained under the same teacher, right, for years, and they always fight honorably and such. And it's like, okay, I kind of know what to fight, and then all of a sudden they throw this one taboo thing they never did, and that was that. That's the expectation, right?
Right. It's kind of
Of
a
or the
question of
surprise.
honor. So, like, let's talk about the other side of it. Like, let's say Alcoy was in his dojo as a master, and then somebody came in to challenge him, and they were a dirty fighter. They had no honor, right? You would give them, like, let's say he took the duel. If that guy threw a wild punch, and if he got threw a wild punch or threw a taboo technique, it would off-put you. It would make you think less of them because they weren't abiding by the rules, right? They weren't. Like, talk to me about that. Let's say somebody did throw that and wasn't really abiding by the rules of a duel in a dojo setting. Alex.
Yes.
So
Oh,
talk
you're
to me about
asking me
that.
a question.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
asking you like as if Alcoy was in a dojo and he was hit by one of these techniques, like one of these taboo techniques or bad practice.
I would think. Let me just think about it a little bit.
Yeah, you're good.
I would say if, apart from that one situation, I think Alcoy has had enough fights where it's like the mentality, like mental fighting rather than just physical fights, where he would half expect the dirty fighting to come in, and he would incorporate that into his refined fighting. So if somebody tries an underhanded technique, it's going to result in a counter because Alcoy would half expect it. And, you would punish the out of turn movement.
Right. Let's talk about the moral philosophy of it. You would say that it would be a disrespect to the dojo, right? It would be a disrespect to the actual challenge of an honorable duel.
In Alcoy's situation, he's even said it to like why he thinks the way you fight Raphael is honorable is that each person learns a way to fight so that they can achieve the goals they need to. So if he fights somebody he knows fights dirty, he's not going to hold it against them because that's how they learned to keep themselves alive. Right?
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a weird thought.
That's a weird thought. You know what? That also draws another opposite end of the spectrum thing, because while Alcoy and Rafi may have differing morals and differing values, Rafi sticks to a much more traditional value of his nation, while Alcoy is much more detached from his nation, if you think about it. So I can see why the thought process is getting to that. Because Rafi, your thought process is very aligned to the Rubian beliefs. You're not, I wouldn't say you're not a free thinker, but you're not one of those guys that's like trying to reinvent the wheel on your culture. Meanwhile, Alcoy is very heavily detached from sort of the actual believing of the Ryu beliefs. He knows the beliefs, he knows the traditions, but he doesn't always abide by them. And he respects them.
He found, discovered, and understood that there was room for change. There was a need for change.
Exactly.
Sometimes change comes out. Sometimes change has to be done. Sometimes you need to change yourself to change things. So that's where that technique thing of like, yeah, Alcoy sees like Rafi's fighting is dishonorable to some, but he finds it as honorable because sometimes things need to be done certain ways. And it's very, I think they come to that understanding of we just have different techniques and we're both honorable in some ways, even though Rafi doesn't see it.
Right.
We see right here, again, you're talking about that distancing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That distancing before of a trained fighter would back and do distance. This is a very good example of what I was talking about before is dirty fighting versus untrained fighting, where, sure, we're exchanging blows here, but as soon as I get him into a bind, 1 hit, 2 hits.
2 hits.
Okay, I get those 2 hits now. Vito begins to backpedal right here to try and maintain distance, but as I close in...
It's the most menacing.
This is a great frame.
It looks like I'm gonna have the worst impact frames of my life.
Yeah, so you see here as we exchange, Vito begins that backup, and where dirty fighting becomes, good. as he begins to maintain his distance, I
Mhm.
just swing, go for that. And you notice also where my focus is funny, but where my focus is, Vito always focuses again on the person and the weapon, right? Or focuses on the takedown and disarming and making them submit and winning. Me, I'm focused more on the disabling part of actually getting the person. So typically his attacks are towards setting up grapples or disarms. Me, you see right here, one hit comes down here to the leg, and then every single hit, 1, 2, 3, 4, is all at the head.
Sorry,
Yeah,
it's just
no.
like it looks so funny to me because it looks like Vito just like gave up after the second hit and he's
After the
just
second hit, I
punishing
was trying to just back
them.
up, and after a while, it's just like, yeah, no, this is what it is. Adrian's got me. But that's again the difference between untrained and dirty. Adrian is a trained fighter, but he also knows how to fight dirty. I put that in very heavy air quotes too, because in your setting, Adrian, I wouldn't really call that dirty. I would call that necessary or even the standard. It's not dirty
Yeah.
in that sense. In my, sparring dojos and stuff, you repeatedly bashing me after, getting my arm, that's fine. But grabbing my stick, that would be seen as the dirty thing. Because, like, now I can't even try to swing back. I can't really switch hands. You have my stick. You don't have my hand. And it's
Yeah.
that sort of idea of, like, well, you just fucked me up the ass.
What are you gonna say, Alex?
I find it interesting that you guys aren't really looking each other in the eyes to find out what the other person is doing. You're more so looking at their hands or their arms. I've been noticing.
Yeah, that's the
Actually,
big essence about fighting.
I don't know where you're looking,
Is-
Adrian. I like to look at the chest, as weird as it sounds, because I can see your hands and feet. You look at the
Really?
eyes, they're
Well, I
misdirecting.
look at.
What do you look at?
I'm not focusing on the chest unless I'm going to hit it.
Mm.
I'm focusing on where I want to be. My eyes tell a lot, which is one of my big weaknesses in fighting. Is my eyes tell exactly where I want to go. So it's right here. Let's say I'm going for the hit. You're gonna notice my kind of downward gaze as I feint up. Vito comes down for that block up here. I go straight down. So you'll see one more time. Let's play that back in slow motion. So here's that 0.75 speed for you. As Vito comes up, I come for the feint and bang.
And your eyes
You
don't leave my
actually see
waist,
where-
too. I've just noticed that. Like, I mean, I can't see your eyes, but I can see your head is tilted
I
down.
would've-
And not just because I'm short.
It's I'm not like I know in a different setting I don't have martial arts experience,
You're
but
good. I want to hear
I've
it.
had enough experience with working with people that it would be like a dead giveaway. Like this person's trying to do something to my waist. Everything else is kind of just it's not going to have full effort put into it.
Yes and no.
I guess how do I describe it? It's similar to how I rock climb, where I'll look at the wall, and once I'm on the wall, all I'm looking at is the destination I want to go. Everything else is like I know where I need to put my hands and feet, and I just need to focus on moving the core of myself towards there.
Yeah.
If I tried to learn martial arts, I feel like I would kind of take that in where I would relegate my background movements to just not allowing the person to do their feints and focusing on what their true goal is. Kind of like chess, where you're not playing the board, you're playing the person.
Yeah.
You're trying to fend off their subtle attacks while you try to figure out what their real goal is.
Right. Yeah. I think that's a good middle ground of looking, like during the rock climbing thing, of looking at your destination and just kind of intuitively moving towards it. It's a good middle ground because I'm looking at the point where I want to go, so it kind of reflects, like, again, that feint. I'm not looking at the feint, I'm looking at where I want to go. So I think it reflects there. But Vito's also looking at my chest where anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
So he can read my movements. So I think it also applies to Vito's.
Yeah,
Alex, your ideology of rock climbing applies to Vito's as well, where he's just adapting to what I do, and you at the end of the day, that's what you want to focus on. Is just where you want to go.
Right.
I think it works really well.
It does. I really agree with that.
So as we're here, Vito's gonna talk to me about his takedowns here. I think, yeah. Or takedown, he's going for that hit right here. So again, displaying the idea of
Circle it around, and then you're just like, why don't you just bop me in the head when you're doing that?
Yeah. So Vito's thinking about how to get around it, how to pretty much, flow into it.
Mm-hmm.
As he's working it out, he says, okay, yeah, maybe the reverse of the stick, because I was showing that before. Bang, right there. It works, but I was showing him bang, bang. Just the same hit that I do all the time. Because it's simple. It's easy.
I like it.
That's what I'm thinking. Bang, bang. And he's already gone. Right here, he does it. Bang.
And this is where you turn around, and this is my favorite line from you the whole night. Oh my god, is that what it looks like?
Yeah,
yes.
Wait, let me
yes, that is what it looks like. I can't hear it. Hold on. Let me see. No, I have it on maximum volume. Hold on. Yeah.
Here. Ready?
Oh, I muted it. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
There it is.
Actually, you can hear it.
That would have hurt. If it was an actual stick, that would have hit the temple of your head.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that line too. It's like, Jesus Christ, is that because I guess you haven't been on the receiving end of many of these, you know? It's just, oh my god, is that what I am? Just.
Yeah. You hear it right here. Listen.
Oh, hold on. Here, let me.
You hear that?
Yep. Love it.
Crazy, right?
I love this
actually
clip.
have a rock climbing video I can show later on, but it'll be pretty impromptu.
We'll see. But
Possibly.
I'm showing Vito again, like, just push through it. You don't need to flow. Sometimes the direction, bringing it back to the paintbrush and the chisel, right? Vito's all about the long and the flow, getting to where he needs to be by getting around it. Me, breakthrough with the chisel. Form it to what I want it to be.
And I like that.
Yeah, that works. And as we're going, you get that, Vito begins to form that idea. See, and now he's showing me, I'm telling him, point every single time you can. Like, all different ways of doing the thing I taught you to do. Bang, bang.
Mm-hmm.
Bang, bang. He hits me in the hip there, but that's my holster. I'll show, I think the clip downloaded of you hitting me in the hip. So
Oh, really? Oh, that's my favorite clip. Yeah. I tell my students about that all the time because I went, guys, remember, you need to be really careful because even people who are trained in this are, they're in danger of getting hit sometimes. I think this is the part where you're like, hey, yeah, just go for my knee there. And I'm like, yeah, but what about the stick at my head?
Yeah. That's a good spot right there to stop. But again,
I want to ask you guys something.
Mm-hmm.
In martial arts, is it better to be shorter or taller?
Depends on your art. If you're it depends on your art, and it depends on sort of your knowledge. I always subscribe to the belief that your size really doesn't matter if you train well enough. A lot of people will tell you otherwise, and most of them are right a lot of the time. I have that very big complex of, if you're in jiu-jitsu and you're shorter and you're closer to the ground, a lot of the time that works better for you. If you're in any other martial art that involves striking, like boxing, kickboxing, you want that extra reach. You want to be taller because those people with reach can keep the shorter people away so they don't get hit as much. It's that idea of keep moving back because they're not in your range, which is also why shorter martial artists are known for coming into their opponents and sort of getting into that sort of framework of what Adrian does, of that infighting style in most martial arts. Which is odd that I picked up the moving back, because you would think, me being a shorter individual, I would have tried to press forward. But again, it's the style you're taught, not the style that you developed.
Yeah. So Vito's giving the very good martial arts idea of it, and I agree with a lot of it. Fighting, right? Actual like not actual, but impromptu fighting. Okay, in general, it's kind of across the board that mass and strength are always good to have.
Mm.
Like it's always good to have more strength than the other opponent. But in the way I was fighting, so here, Alex, how tall are you?
I am 6'5".
6'5". So I fought somebody who was 6'2", and I was using this stick right here actually. So I fought somebody who's 6'2", who's a basketball player overseas. So he had his, I had mine. Again, it's all about technique and how well you train. I won that fight. And realistically, he couldn't do much with that extra height and extra weight that he had. Again, he wasn't 6'5", he was 6'2". But I think it still applies here where, oh man, let's see if I can remember it. So looking at this guy, forgive me, I might get a little wild here. Looking at this guy, I guess freaking staring down at me. He thinks he's gonna get my ass, right? So I'm freaking 13 years old here. He thinks he's gonna get me, and as soon as he swings, haymaker swing, bang, just straight to the face, and he begins to wipe, and I just keep going. To wipe his face, I just keep going, because everybody has a plan until they get hit in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So again, street fighting is much more different, where with weapons and stuff like this, it's a big equalizer. Like, you don't really need to know about your size, you need to know your weapon. So height, weight is an advantage in most cases, but you need to balance that with ample training as well. Because an untrained person, two untrained people, and one of them's heavier and stronger than the other, that guy will win. But if you put an untrained person who's very strong and very tall or very powerful in front of somebody who's smaller but is very well trained, they have a much better chance.
Training normally wins out. Training, yeah. I would like to believe, wins out a lot of the time at that point. However, again, in my experience, we're talking in that bubble of everybody's training, everybody's trained. So my experience is the taller guy is usually going to give me a hard fucking time because that bastard, that tall motherfucker, if you're listening to me, my sparring partners, fuck all of you. I love you guys. You are tall bastards that keep me at the end of your reach. You little shits. Let me hit you in the liver once, please. Please.
Okay, let's not mauled here. So here, we'll just play this clip again. That exchange of information where, again, I got punked sometimes. I don't think I lost a fight because I still have all my teeth, but I have never lost a fight because my jaw is still in the same place and I can see out of both eyes. So I don't think I lost a fight, but again, I've been hit before and it sucked. So Vito's showing me again where his training comes into play of his thought process, where I'm thinking just go for the hit, but Vito's actually saying, look at where my stick is, you got me square in the face. So it's that exchange of information of where can we find that middle ground and use both of our styles and create something that's unique and effective. So yeah, think about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it. But again, circling back to the whole purpose of this tavern talk, the idea that this is sort of unsheathing motivation, I love the way we titled this too, because unsheathing motivation, the real motivation for this campaign came from the idea that I am a martial artist. You are a martial artist, Adrian. And I think you can speak to this, because...
Not really, but...
You can call yourself what you want. I believe in my heart, my mind, and my soul that you are a martial artist at the core of it. You've learned, you've trained, you are a martial artist. Again, you can identify differently, but at the core of it, my main draw for this campaign was the idea that I can live out that fantasy of being back in the ancient, age of martial arts where challenging someone's dojo was not seen as disrespectful or rude or dishonest. It was seen as the highest honor that you could give someone because you want to exchange knowledge. Fights were not just brawls in the street, but they were most of the time something to kind of convey a message or hold your morals and beliefs. And when they weren't, and they were stuff that weren't conveying your morals and beliefs, you had a reason to fight. It wasn't just, man, this guy looked at me funny. It was, man, this guy insulted my family, or man, this guy stole money or I have money to give. And it's that age of people who do get into fights for the reasons of money. They're not seen as, just mercenaries. They're seen as dishonorable. They're seen as people that have left the code behind. And it's just, that was my main draw for creating this. That was my motivation in starting. Adrian.
Oh,
Yep.
I am
What?
glad I managed to keep up with the whole martial arts thing, because holy shit, you guys know so much. Ugh.
It was my life. It was literally my life, so it
I
was
mean,
my life for nothing.
pretty much. I mean, I dedicated my life to the art part, but learning the actual application and the street side of, the effective real world version was probably the most enlightening and enriching experience I've ever had with sticks. I learned more in this one night than I did in 3 years of doing this stick. So, I would say
There's only
that
so much you can do from books and drills, man.
it's so true. And I cannot, and as I've said before, say now, and will keep saying, it was an honor and a pleasure to be able to work with Adrian on this. But Adrian,
And it was
going
an
back
honor
to
and pleasure to see that I was doing everything wrong in terms of technique. But yeah, Alex, were you gonna say something?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was
don't
gonna
know if we
say-
cut you
sorry.
off. We tend to go off the rails with martial arts.
I'm listening to you guys talk, and I'm like trying to find ways to add to the conversation. It's just like all
Cut
I
me
do
off.
is climb rocks. That's the closest thing I can do.
Well, we already found several
it's nice
parallels.
to
Like
listen.
I would say
really,
so.
it's really interesting to see in all disciplines there's shared things. It may not be a combat thing, or it may not be a sport where you contact with other people aggressively, but a lot of the parallels, a lot of the thought process of problem solving and finding workaways, like there's a lot of different things to relate to, and it's cool to see. Because I don't rock climb. Vito
No.
doesn't rock climb. He's too short. He can't reach anything. Can't
Fuck
even
you.
get past the first freaking level.
I have to rock
So-
climb to get out of my bed, So,
Exactly. He's got freaking. So it's cool to see. It's cool to exchange
You know
information.
what? I will ask this because
Yeah.
now I'm not a mean person, but when I see this, it does make me like chuckle. And let me know
Yeah.
if there's something similar that's in martial arts of this. But I will be rock climbing, just kind of doing my thing. And then I will see like this big guy and his buddies, right, come to the gym. And this guy looks like he could snap me into like a twig, right? He is like big bulk guy, like looks like a big bodybuilder, right?
Yeah.
And then he tries to climb the wall, and he basically looks like he's floundering on the wall. Kind of like a bit of a chuckle here and there as his hands are just too big to grab the things properly, and he's basically trying to just pull the wall to him, like just trying to brute force it with no tact. And you kind of laugh a little bit at that as you go up to him. It's like, oh hey, no, you do this, and that. And he gets it.
I have
Is
something
that
to say
something
about
similar
this.
with martial arts?
I have something to say about this, but I want Vito to say something first if he has it. To have a story, actually.
I will say that actually is why I appreciate being a shorter person in martial arts a lot. As weird as it sounds, you have to learn more technique as a shorter guy in your classes. When I started out and I was little, I was getting fucking tossed as a kid. I was getting launched across the ring. I looked like I was probably 90 pounds soaking wet. And it forced me to go, okay, I cannot overpower these people. I have to be smarter and I have to be faster. And it gets you to that point of you have to learn. And your knowledge is what carries you. And that's why if I was the same size as a lot of my peers, or I hit that growth spurt, and don't fuck off everybody, I'm never hitting that growth spurt, we get it.
We know.
Tall is.
It's why I'm 5'2".
Vito's 4'11".
Still
He's
taller than Mel,
5'2"?
still taller than Mel.
He's
Yeah,
a foot less than me? That's surprising.
Yeah,
that's crazy, right?
I'm a full foot less. Still get a step ladder and kick your ass. But if I
And,
did hit that
yeah,
growth
for the record,
spurt,
I am 5'8".
5'7".
So you, okay, take it easy. But yeah, are you
Yeah.
finished up?
It's one of those things where you have to learn to get that technique, and once you have that technique, you're great. But my biggest lament, my biggest thing that I wish happened in my lifetime is I got all my technique to where it was. And then I hit that really nice growth spurt where I was like 6 foot and I could have both the technique and the size. Because you see a lot of these guys in martial arts, the bigger guys, no offense, a lot of them do have great technique. They did not have to learn that as soon as I did because they learned it because they were there. I learned it because it was
They could power through.
they could
They could just
overpower.
power it, and
That's why it's an insult in jujitsu to be like, "Oh, you're so strong, you can overpower my techniques." It's somewhat of an insult because it's like, "Oh, you have no technique, you can just muscle your way through shit." Adrian,
Yeah.
what were you going to say?
I'll say
Except
this.
it's the reverse in climbing. It's so funny.
I'll
Sorry.
say this.
Go
It's you're good. I'll say this. It's good to it makes you feel good when somebody who's bigger and stronger than you is worse than you at something. And that's just a human thing, right? Don't feel bad about it. I mean, you could feel bad about it, but at the end of the day, who cares, right? You worked to get to where you were, right? You did all that to get to where you were, and you have technique, and this guy doesn't. And okay, like he might be stronger than you, but you're better this way, so it works out. You can laugh a little bit. It's fine. Who cares? You worked. I'll say this: where I where I practiced my art, there was a lot of bigger and taller people, especially since I was young. There was a lot of bigger and taller people. They were intimidating, yes, right? Did they try to intimidate you and overpower you? Yes, but it only takes one hit from this to give you severe brain damage, right? So again, the great equalizer, where if you didn't know how to fight and you wanted to act big and tough, you wouldn't make it off that block. All right, you would enter that block and never leave, or you would leave in an ambulance. Okay? So you needed to pretty much act your size, okay? Because people knew. And if you didn't know, they would test you. All right? If you didn't know your strength and they didn't know your strength, they would absolutely test you. And they would test you to the best of your ability and probably more than what your ability could say. All right? You were all bite or all bark, no bite. You needed to balance that out and do exactly what you could do. A lot of times, like a lot of bigger guys, a lot of bigger people, a lot of my friends would be smaller than them and they'd get absolutely rocked because my friend was better than them, and that's it. They were just better. It's different with fist fighting. Fist fighting still has a lot of technique in it, but strength is still king in fist fighting. But with weapons, especially like this, knives and stuff like that, it's all about technique. And if you can't keep up with the other person, no matter how small they are, you are going to get cut, you're going to get hit, you're going to get injured, you're going to get killed. That's it. That's my thoughts on it.
I very much agree with that.
Seeing what Vito's thinking here. Yes, so Vito's again. What was the damage for?
So I was just looking through my history and I realized how I want to share things from climbing as well because I want to contribute to the tavern talk, but I only have really one thing. But anyway, continue while I try to figure this out.
Gotcha. Assemble a clip. We'll see. So now we're talking about striking points. Vito, what did you say your main focusing to strike on was?
My main focus to strike is the wrists and the head. So the head gets you points, the wrists are where you can disarm from. So if I hit your wrist and you're not moving as fast, that sucks for you. Sometimes I'll go for the knees, but those are like a rare occasion. You don't want to lower your weapon too low because then you're exposing your head is the thought process. You're
not looking to cause pain or injury.
No, I'm looking to score points, disarm, and get out of the situation. I'm not looking to hurt my opponent. I'm looking to keep myself from getting hit, rather than hit my opponent.
Again, I was never in that type of thing. So my main points were joints, bony parts, and places where the bone was close to the surface of the skin. So my main point right here was
sternum.
The sternum. Where if you got hit there, it's a crack and you cannot breathe. Vito's talking to me right here, this little story. Vito, if you want to talk about it.
So I've been training with a lot of my masters for a long time. A lot of my masters are very old school. They'll be like, "Oh, you don't know why this works? Here, let me show you why it works." Like, and this was a fist technique that we were doing. He was like, "All right, so you're gonna punch the guy in the sternum," and I'm like, "Okay, punch it." He was like, "You're gonna elbow the guy in the sternum." I'm like, "Okay, so why would flapping your elbow this way hurt as opposed to bringing it out this way?" And he went, "Oh, you want to know why? Here, come here." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he went, "Bam." One trip to the dock in the box later, I found out that my chest was not, in fact, separating or broken, but he just pretty much bruised my sternum because he came in with it. And you know what? I don't blame him. That's the style. It's the tools of the trade. You get hit, you get hurt in martial arts. It happens. But holy shit, was that a learning experience of why the sternum fucking sucks to get hit in. So the idea that a thing that could cave my skull, as opposed to an elbow, which is just bony and it's just gonna hurt, some stick that has probably caved skulls with a few strikes, hitting you in the sternum, that's absolutely separating your chest. That's not feeling good. It scared the shit out of me.
We're gonna see right here, just us talking about, like, again, art versus the skills, or the skill set, the use of it. So again, we're seeing that play right there. Vito, I'm just telling Vito, hit, and then bang. Don't come for my stick, come for me. Bang, and then see, just press through. There's no need to flow. See, as we're playing right here, it's simple, it's fun, it's cool. We get into binds, and I would break my hand right there. But seeing all this, that exchange of information where, as we're going at it, we begin to hit. Now we're in. Oh, yeah, that's a little crazy right there. It's a little crazy. Oh, dang, look at that, slow motion. Whoa.
Who headbutts who first?
I was getting excited. Look at us pointing at the camera.
Oh yeah, and then we're talking about. Oh man, this is the.
This is a start to us talking about getting Echo and Rafi up.
Yeah, hold on. We need to do it now. We need to find it.
Oh, please.
Is that a YouTube button down there?
Is that?
No.
It looks like a YouTube logo. The middle below the big guitar. Yeah.
No, it's a headphone thing.
It looks like a YouTube logo. I don't know.
Adrian's just famous on YouTube secretly, and we don't know about it. But
yeah, I run a My Little Pony channel. Please follow it, guys. Go to my drive
at mylittlepony.mylittlepony.com. Okay, so
find it.
Is this?
Oh, is it still uploading? Please, where is it? I wasn't wearing my.
Is this Echo Rafi? Oh my god, it is.
This is Echo Rafi.
Yep.
Hold on.
Echo Rafi? What does that mean?
Echo versus Rafi. We were choreographing a fight.
Pretty much. Oh my god, I'm so glad we have this now. Yeah, skip through it. Okay. While you're doing that, I want to go to you, Alex, and kind of ask, just what keeps you motivated in this campaign? And this is like the topic we were trying to broach tonight, the whole idea of like motivations and kind of keeping yourself motivated in this campaign. What has kept you so motivated and interested in, sticking with this campaign and everything in it?
Getting satisfying conclusions to the development and solutions of character flaws. You don't usually get to do that in D&D. As in, like, your character is actively growing as a person. They don't stay with the same flaws. Like, I think Alcoy's flaws have changed maybe 3 times over the course of the campaign. The first one was just like being ruthless when it comes to like maintaining honor. Then he found out about he wanted to become the Nightfire Dragon. That didn't turn out well, so it became something else. Then they went to the spirit world, and then it changed after the revelation. And next session is the biggest one is going to be solved. And then at that point, I'm kind of considering Alcoy as kind of having... There's a word for it in literature, but it's basically when a character has gone through their main their main goal, their main lesson in life that will carry through with the rest of their lives, right? Everything else is like, you learned this and that, but that is kind of like the centerpiece of the soul that they learned. It's the main growth of the character.
That's good. I like that. Next session is
I
going
found
to
it.
be pretty nutty. I'm very excited to see it, and this is my favorite clip of the night.
All right, volume's up.
Oh
Volume's
baby,
up.
oh baby, hold on. I want to hear the crack. Damn it, I want to hear the crack.
Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about the.
Just me getting
If you
If you
absolutely
had long
pounded
hair,
on.
Vito, you would definitely be like Rockstar vibes in that
Oh, yeah.
moment.
Oh man, here it is. Yeah. Hold on, ready? Listen.
Back crack.
No, that was my hip.
Play it
That
in
was the
slow
sound of
motion. Play
wood
it in
on
slow
my hip.
motion.
Oh my
Oh! Ow!
god. Slow motion.
Oh,
Slow
my
motion, slow
collage.
motion.
Point
Go,
five,
go.
point five.
Point
Here
five.
comes Vito.
It's just so stupid. What was I even aiming for? Oh, I was aiming for your stomach. And I can't.
It's like the very top of your hip. Oh boy.
Hold on, we gotta play it so much slower. Dude, it's so quick too. It hurts so bad.
Oh my god.
So here's the initial contact. Here's Vito coming in hot, that bounce back, and
Oh my god, that hurts. That hurts so bad.
yeah, dude, you see me just drop right away and try to stand up again.
You see, liver kink is bad, but wait until you get hit the top of your hip.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm gonna just go back to collect the footage.
We wanted to see the fucking.
Oh. We wanted to see it. I dropped so
Oh,
far,
you
it's
know what?
hilarious.
You know what that relates to me is like, because it's an
What?
accidental hit.
Yeah.
There's a thing in climbing where it hurts a lot. So a crimp is like a very small hold where you have to use only the front like segment of your finger, and sometimes it's half that segment. So you have to like really have a lot of tenseness. But what can happen is you can unexpectedly slide off, and all of that tension in your hand, your one hand that's holding all of your weight, suddenly there's nothing there, and you just like basically impale your own hand with your crimp hand, and it hurts
Oh,
really
Oh.
bad.
Oh.
Like either you bring your hand, or it's like it's kind of like your
Oh.
body doesn't realize that it's not holding weight anymore, so it like juts forward a little bit and completely
Oh.
flexes your muscles.
Ah, that sounds
How
painful.
It doesn't
you've
hurt.
come.
It hurts in the moment, but it doesn't like damage you. It's just really uncomfortable.
Right.
Right.
I love that little. Oh my-
It's a very Echo thing to do.
It is the whole like tap your arm twice to kind of
Dude,
give
every time
applause
I watch it-
every time.
It's more brutal.
Why does it sound like it's wood on wood? Like
Talk
I'm
to you about my hip replacement right here.
you
bang
may have
bang.
unwittingly gotten like a
How Rafi
microfracture from
dies.
that. You're still
Oh my god, I
recovering.
see.
Yeah.
I see you reaching
were
back
talking
like you're gonna
also-
pull a pistol on me. Just son of a.
So again, we were practicing controlled environment. So we
Mhm.
were practicing with these, which are made of rattan, which are very light. They're very light, like this. Like
Mm.
they're made for exactly what we're doing here, light sparring and drills and contact. I got hit there. It hurt really bad with this stick. A hit like that in the street with Kamagong. So talk to me, Vito, about the weight of Kamagong, right? What you
Kamagong
realized.
is a lot heavier than rattan. And I noticed that because the single stick that you have here, the shard of it, weighs about as much as my rattan sticks that I use. So,
Both of them or one?
one of them. But the half
Yeah.
shard, like that's not even half. I think that's what, like a third of your stick? And
Yeah,
that
it's a
weighs
third.
about as much as my rattan. So, taking something
It's
that weighs
about
3
this much
times as
right there.
much. So yeah, that's like a third to a
About that
fourth.
much.
That is
Yeah.
insane.
And it weighs just as much as a full-size stick.
Mm-hmm.
So a hit like that with Kamagon would have easily shattered my hip.
Oh yeah, even if it's light, it's gonna destroy it.
And again, this is not padding. This is sound dampening. We were not afraid of our body getting injured. We were afraid of waking people up.
And
So
then our
Elsie
body
came
would
in
get
for the
injured.
Yeah,
As
but I'm pretty
Adrian's
sure
mom
the crying
rained
out in pain of broken
blows upon
bones is
us.
gonna wake them up.
Hey, it's fine. We can be quiet.
It's
But not
fine.
the sticks.
Adrian can cry
so
quietly in his
funny.
bedroom. Just, oh, my hip. I love
Vengeance
this.
strike for the
The
hip.
vengeance, the anger, the little pity strike right here. Watch. Yeah. So good. So
Oh
good.
my god, I love it.
You
Again,
wanna show off that
even
rock climbing clip? I wanna watch.
I want to watch it. Where is
I
it?
do. I will post the link and you can stream it. It's.
Alright, I got you.
I took it just as on a whim, so it's not the best looking one, but
No issue.
here, you can play it. I'll just post it here. Here's hoping I don't reveal personal information. There we
You'll
go.
be fine.
What is this? Your address? Hell yeah, man. Let me stream this.
Hold on, hold on. Oh my god, his zip code and socials? Oh, perfect, perfect.
Oh, this is nuts. Dude, I can already tell you're lanky.
Very
take a look.
lanky.
Stream this shit, my dog. Stream this shit. Hold on, let me pull up Lay Live.
Now,
Lay Live.
my goal for this was to go top and back all the way because I was training my forearms to hold more weights.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Oh, you're
Dude,
upside
what the
down.
fuck?
Like fully upside down.
Dude, he's gunning it.
He's out of
Dude,
here.
it's me. What the fuck?
Dog.
How?
What?
Dude, bro is moving.
What?
Bro is moving.
I should
He's doing
take
this-
another video and do one where it's a flat wall because
He's
this
doing
is
this in
going slowly
jeans.
to conserve my energy.
This man.
He's doing this in
People always
jeans.
say I'm doing in jeans, but
Those climbing
I was
jeans?
so embarrassed about this because I didn't realize I was wearing like a short shirt. I thought it'd fit me, but you know when you're doing this sport, you have to raise your hands
Yeah.
above your body.
It's all good.
And then this is me trying. So at this point, you would jump down, but I wanted to challenge myself and go all the way back to see if I had the energy to do so.
Dude, what? Oh my
Next campaign
God,
is
that's
all rock
nuts.
climbing. Alex has to do all of the stats for it.
Dude, what is this hold?
Dog,
is
what
that
the
hold,
fuck?
Dude? What is this? What is
It's a pretty easy hold. It's an underhand, so it's not as hard as overhand. And well, near the end, I had to stop because I literally couldn't open and close my hands on command anymore because my forearms got too tired.
Dude,
At
what
this
is
point, I'm like,
this?
I
What
don't
is
have enough
this?
I don't have enough power to transition back.
Oh,
And at that
dude,
point, my
that's,
forearms gave out.
dude, that
Damn.
hold is nuts.
Dog, that's intense.
Like,
Look at this.
look at this. What is he doing, dude? What is
Flying.
What is this?
He
What
is
he
flying.
doing? Listen, if I saw this, like this image right here, if I saw this just in the like, this is what I imagine the spider is trying to do to set up in the corner of my room. This is that little motherfucker trying to get his cobweb up there into my ceiling fan. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. God, what an athlete. Jesus Christ.
Is
dude.
that the spider freestyle reference from East Coast Lifeline?
Alright, don't plug that, buddy.
Oh,
I
I'm
will
plugging
record
that.
more
Everyone,
videos and have them
everyone
sent
listen
to
to
you
that.
guys, because
This
if
shit
you
looks
like them,
crazy.
then I will definitely share them.
just
I
wanna
will
Those are
say
say
awesome.
the week
handsome.
before,
Sorry.
the week before I couldn't actually do that one. I had to do. I don't know what it is, but I have very fast muscle growth if I manage to keep a consistency of going every other day and climbing for 3 hours. So that was me after I was doing that repeatedly for 4 or 5 days. I was able to almost go all the way to the back. Since the beginning, I wasn't actually able to finish it the first time I tried it.
Damn.
I'm like,
Now imagine I'm 6'5", right? Those are not close holds. They're pretty far apart.
yeah,
For people who are
I
shorter than me,
forget
it's even
you're an
harder.
absolute giant.
Yeah,
What
he
the
is
hell?
in fact tall.
Like, why is he's just there, dude? What's going on?
He really is that spider in the
I
corner
was
of
so
your room
disappointed
setting
I
up his
couldn't
fucking
finish it
cobble.
all the way because if I could hold on to that last one, I could then bring up my feet and finish the rest. So disappointing. I'll
Hold
try
on,
that again later.
I just want to note real quick. Like, all right, this frame is beautiful. Let me tell you. But yeah, like your feet are almost hitting the ground right there. Look at the drop; it's so little.
Yeah.
Me, I'd be falling for 2 days.
Yeah.
I got a good fall. I'd die. You know, Adrian might fall
This
for
is
like 10
incredible. Why are
seconds.
there so many Asians in
There
this?
used to be a bigger arc in that gym, but they replaced it to be a cave, which is basically just like a deep recess, and made the other half of it be top roping. It was
Mm,
a bit of a shame, but it happens.
Yeah, there's a
right.
lot of Asians in your gym, man.
Yeah, there are a lot of Asians. Not many white guys climb.
Is it just a
Caucasian, I
very
should
Asian
say.
thing?
I don't know. I think it's just a Canada thing. Because
Yeah.
Asians tend to be the only ones that actually want to work out, and Caucasians, well, they usually just want to play video games.
Oh yeah. Preach,
No
preacher.
offense, Vito.
No. It's very true. It's very true. I do like playing video games. Uh, I would
Thank you for
definitely
that
not be
clip. That's
climbing.
nuts.
No problem. I will record more and have them sent to you. I'll do more flashy
Yeah,
ones.
those would be sick. But yeah, honestly, it's nice to hear that you guys have so much motivation for all of this in this campaign. And I mean, it's a shame that Mel couldn't be here because I feel like she's definitely very motivated like you two, but I feel like she could go on like a 6 hour rant about just her playlists that are motivating. It's really honestly amazing to see something that like I wrote up as an idea, an inkling of like, oh, maybe this will like last 10 sessions before we all have scheduling issues and none of us want to play it anymore or someone loses interest. And here we are, a whole basically half a year later, talking about it, like knowing that we're already in the glory days of
Dude,
campaigns.
I'm gonna interrupt you. I was foaming at the mouth during the semester waiting for this campaign to start again. I was like, but I was like, oh, fucking Vito, by the way, like, fucking Vito, by the way, we gotta play that game. We gotta play the game. Sparrows, fleeing sparrows. Pull up to the front of his door, like, hey, by the way, we gotta play fleeing sparrows, right, man? And like,
Sparrows,
all it
sparrows,
was.
sparrows. Oh, which
So,
is, I love it. And that's like not the opposite, but it was like kind of, it's really funny that you get like all excited because other than Alex, you and Mel were very hesitant about this campaign when I talked to you about it in the beginning because you've seen the depths and like the heinousness of D&D and you were like, I don't know, like, do you know these people? Like, he's getting a guy off like wherever the fuck he's getting Alex from, and he's, like, Mel maybe, like, he knows her, but like he's just playing with a new pair of people too. And it turned out to be amazing, but I find it so funny. And then Mel was really hesitant because she's like, I don't know, I've never really played like a low magic to no caster setting. Like, how am I supposed to do this? And then
I was hesitant
it's
because,
just
again, yeah, hold on.
go for
I'll
it.
say this before.
Go for it.
I was very hesitant because, number one, like you said, I'm scared of the humanity that exists in this community. I think we can all agree here there's some real slobs and real idiots. Okay? Make sure we're all in agreement here. But there's some real weirdos on this community, in this community. But the main thing is, I had never been a real campaign player. Like, I've never played in a real campaign. I've only ever DM'd, co-DM'd, sat in, one-shotted. And like, I was just very hesitant because I was like, I don't know, man. I don't really understand how to be a player. And then we started, and I was like, oh god, I can see years of my life going away, committed to this game. And it's just, that's it. So, yeah. Did you feel apprehensive at all, Alex, to the campaign? You have any doubts
Me?
before we started?
Oh,
Yeah.
going into it, I had the bad taste of the previous campaign I was going in. I was in, and I was kind
It's
of
a
hoping
common
that
theme with everybody.
And yeah, because well, I knew it was both a mix of me and the DM. Like I didn't make what I wanted clear, but I also didn't get a chance to make what I wanted clear. So it was kind of a mixed bag. I knew it was my fault, and then I also knew that I couldn't do much to fix my own fault, if that makes sense.
Right.
But I'm glad it turned out well.
Now we're here.
Now we're here. All
Small
half a year
party
later.
of 3, and our goon ass DM.
Ooby-doo-ooby-doo. It's really a dream DMing for you guys, by the way. Like, I could not have asked for better
Oh.
players for this. I mean,
And I will say, I am. Oh, sorry. Go on.
no, that's just me.
Bad timing.
Go for
My
it.
bad.
No. That breath out was
No,
not.
no. Go on, because
Alright, if
what
none
I'm
of
gonna
you want
say
to
is a
go, why
completely
don't I
different
go?
topic.
Go.
Just-
Go.
Oh no, I finished my
Yeah.
thought. Like, genuinely. I was just saying, like, it's lovely having you guys as players, and it really. That's why I put so much effort in. Part of my motivation, the unsheathing of it, the sort of unveiling of my motivation for this campaign to kind of push forward. The reason I bought Incarnate, the reason I work on all these maps, the reasons for me putting all this effort into lore and things that you guys may never find or may find, and making subclasses and abilities and spells and stuff like that, and lore upon lore upon lore documents and secrets and little tidbits of information. You know, I could go down a list. I have a 45-page story document that I just put jot notes on. Very bare bones stuff. That's not even counting all the other lore documents that we have. The reason I do that is not because, like, it is because I love building the world, but I love putting all this effort in because I know I can see, and I love seeing and hearing it in your voices and on your faces when you hear something interesting, and your faces light up when you get that ability, or that sort of fear in your eyes when you're hearing about these myths and legends of old about dark, forbidden magics, or that awe-inspiring look that you get when you interact with a spirit, a god, or even just the happiness that you gain from the little NPCs like Shin, Oro, Nikita, and Wong. You know, the turn of dice. It's just every little interaction that you guys give me, every reaction, every smile, frown, fearful look of triumph, every emotion that you guys are feeling is something that breathes life into this campaign, and it breathes life into my DMing. And I love you guys for it.
Just looking at clips right now of the game that Mel got. Hold on, let me stream one of these because it shows you how invested we get in this campaign, or at least me and Mel. There's some.
You
Alex is very-
guys make shit that's so cool. It makes me wanna, because I want to practice using Fusion 360, which is basically a freer, better version of SolidWorks. And I
Mhm.
want to make something in that and post it to here for practice one of these days.
Hell yeah.
It's right here. This freaking clip right here is hilarious.
Let me unmute your stream. Hold on. There it is. All right.
When was this?
This was the cave, dude. This was Menmother's cave. This whole stream was a dude. This whole stream was insane. We should do one of. Oh my god, Vito. We should do a Tavern talk where we just rewatch the best sessions.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did they
And where I get embarrassed
Oh,
because I
wait.
look so disinterested because I have a mute face.
It's okay. He's freaking mogging right now. He's mogging. He's mewing right. He's
He's
on his
mewing, he's
48
making sure-
hour mewing streak. Wait, hold on. It's right here. It's right here.
What do they look like?
Did they have stitches on them? Then.
Those
The
looks.
realization.
Love those.
It's so funny just to see.
I'm more so reacting to like Jude reacting. I'm like, wait, why is she emoting? And I'm like, oh right.
I find it so funny that we just both look up at the same time.
I think
Oh.
I think in that moment I was just thinking of like what do we do in this situation to not like realize what had just happened, which is why I look back in confusion.
He's
Uh,
deep in the files right now, dude. It's so fun. I just can't stop.
What do they look like?
Jude.
Did they have any stitches on them?
1, 2. Uh-oh.
I still find it funny that you guys both like just basically go with a pog face at the same time.
Yeah. Look at this way, and then it's just both of us just in distraught at the end. Vito with his eyes.
Just
stoic.
it's all of our actual reactions. Just they got to it. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh dog, what? And then, I guess this is happening. Just
I think that's
shit.
actually how I think it's how Alcoy also reacted in this situation. He didn't really consider like, oh, this person's been trapped for 15 years. It's, oh, welcome, hello, time to get out of here.
How you doing? Now it's time to leave. That's it.
Straight to business.
What a great clip, man.
Oh
What a
my
great clip.
God.
There's a few more, but it's Actually, can
What
I
other-
check our clips?
Yeah, take a look. Do we have some? I love that clip
Just
so
click on our
much.
live stream.
Oh, hey, there we are.
We are. I don't know how to work Twitch. I don't do Twitch,
Me
which
neither.
is weird.
I don't know.
But Jude clipped a few of them. Mel, sorry.
Mel.
I'm gonna keep pulling them up.
Oh, good for you.
Letter reference
Oh
coming.
wait, I think this is
Yup.
me. Just absolutely.
What the fuck with that?
Bomb use.
Hold on, I gotta cut the music. Play that again. Play that again. Hold on. I gotta cut the music. I'm muting it. Alright, go.
I'm actually holy shit. I'm so embarrassed right now. I am.
Fragile like a bomb, you say?
Oh, we got back it up. Back it up. Listen.
Fragile like a bomb, you say?
I couldn't hold that in. I'm sorry. Put the distraught in everybody's face.
Everybody's just.
A little bit of like romantic cringe, a little bit of like embarrassment, secondhand embarrassment, a little bit of like
Yeah.
endearing.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Look at that.
definitely an emotion.
Hey, there you go. We got one.
Yep.
We got one. This is it. This is what DMs live for right here. A screen full of this. This is what DMs live for.
Oh, it's great.
That's what I live for.
I
That's what
live
Vito
for it.
lives for right there.
I
That's-
love
look
it.
Look at him cheesing right there.
My
Little
smile.
cheesy
Just.
smile.
Because I knew I
at
wanted to
that.
put that letter reference in there when she met back up with him. And, you know, when she was getting angry, I was like, that's the perfect time to do it. That's the time.
Like a bomb, you say?
Uh-oh.
And that's when, yep, the Mel brain just malfunctions.
You see how quick you see how long it takes for each of us to hit? Like, so here it comes, right? Mel's
Fragile like a
reaction
bomb, you
is
say?
right away. She hits, and then I hit. And then Alex. I couldn't hold that in, I'm sorry. There it is.
Ugh,
Oh man.
God.
That's so good.
they're amazing.
I don't know,
Y'all are-
Is there another one?
I don't know, is there?
To see the repercussions of that
Oh,
choice, to be
there it
honest
is.
with you.
Why am I messed up right now?
I don't know.
Well,
I told you that you would never have to do that again.
God.
I told you I would never dishonor you. Or leave you. To see the
It's
repercussions
like,
of that.
dude, it's actually like pure depression in the bottom
Oh
left
my
screen.
God.
I don't move. Look, listen, if it's unmuted, it just looks like I'm crying. It was me.
And then Jude. And I'm, oh my, I'm like a
Oh.
monster. What the hell? I have no emotion. Ah!
Dude, this is it. That's the screenshot. That's it.
I must
Everybody
have-
just
oh
looks
my
so
God, I
sad.
can't
I'm
like
just,
look at this because I'm.
oh,
Yeah.
dog.
Come on, dude. That's so funny.
That's so. Oh my god.
Again, we should
We
start Tavern
should.
talking and just watching them.
That should definitely be a tavern talk one night. Just going back through the clips, going back through the archives, and just, you know, perusing our knowledge. Um,
Yeah.
Actually, I think not the last tavern talk, but once Sparrows ends, what I want to do is I want to make a PDF of my jot notes document, and I'm gonna send it to you guys, and we can go through it. I mean, it's a 45 to now. It's probably gonna be like 100 pages by the end, but we can like hit the bigger points of like seeing those big setups and payoffs from the beginning, and you can kind of see how Sparrows evolved over time on paper. You know, that thought process.
Mm. That'd be interesting.
We're cooking right now.
I will say I'm so ready for next session. I'm gonna go fucking mad dog with
You're gonna
Alcoy.
ball out.
I'm so
It-
excited for that too because
so I like having descriptions when I'm gonna explain it to you guys right now. But I like having descriptions when I say like how a character like what's happening to a character. I kind of talk in the third person when I do that in this campaign sometimes. But in in the fight, this might be spoilery, but I'll try to omit a lot of details because it's kind of what I wanted to go for. But how do I put it? In the moment, in the moment after Alcoy kind of decides to, in the animalistic sense of go in for the kill, after kind of doing are you sure you want to enter into a fight, right? And the guy's like, yeah, whatever the bounty hunter is going to say. I imagine, so when the scales, because I would imagine, I'm imagining that the scales that Alcoy has, a lot of them are overlapping across his cheeks, and when he gets ready to go into, battle, how you have your skin, you get goosebumps, right? You
Yeah,
kind of get that
big.
sensation. For Alcoy, when that sensation comes up, the plates across his cheeks kind of get pushed forward. It kind of looks like one of those Oni masks, right? Where it's a bit kind of angry looking and serrated, but it's not. But it interlocks, right? And it has happened before in the previous fights since the change, but in this time, you'll kind of, if you're close enough to Alcoy, you'll kind of he's going to kind of crouch lower than he used to, and he's going to breathe out in the kind of sense. Have you ever seen those shows where like you'll have like a wild dog or something and they breathe out and there's like that
yeah.
humid cloud that comes
Yeah.
out of their mouth?
Mhm.
But instead it kind of comes out the sides of the mask, kind of trailing upwards.
Oh, like
Mhm.
exhaust
Kind of like-
fumes.
That
Yeah.
makes, ooh.
And when he does that, he's like psyching himself up to like go and attack this person.
You gotta think too of what would that look to the audience, and like what would that, because there's an audience obviously. It's a duel. Also, want to talk about this because me and Vito have been absolutely adoring it for when it comes. You know what I'm talking about, Vito? You want?
I know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Are you talking
The
about the...
criminal.
Ah,
underground.
okay. I was gonna say.
So
Oh,
our original intention before running into Smoke, the bounty hunter, is that we were gonna head to the noodle shop and get to the criminal underground, and that is what I've been calling. Me and Vito have been kind of agreeing as is the side of Rafi that neither, like you've gotten hints of it, but neither of the other party members have seen. It's kind of his. It's kind of a totally different. It's not Yumagawa the way we know it. Let's say that. and we're excited to show you. It's all in the Lost Tavern talk.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
We want to see how your characters, like especially Alcoy, play. Like we've been talking a lot about Alcoy and how he would go through these situations, and we just like, oh my god.
I'm very interested to see how he would interact with like the criminal underbelly of the world. You know?
Because the way we were saying it is, Rafi during the time skip, right, established himself in there, and it's like we told each other that, but you don't know the extent, and all you know is like Rafi would disappear for days at a time, come back, and all he would have is his weapons, covered in blood, dust, dirt, and he'd have a single scroll with a location. Like that's how they got to Karai Castle, or the other Karai Castle, where they found scroll for what was it? What was the other scroll they found? The first session?
First session, you did find
Oh, the auction. The auction.
the auction scroll, yes.
Yeah,
Took me a second.
That information was given to
Mm.
Rafi from the criminal underbelly. So he's been doing stuff for info for the past few months in the time skip. So that's gonna be his
I
thing.
mean, I could give like a general idea of what he would do if you're curious to hear.
Send it. Send it,
Please,
dude.
please,
Send it.
please,
That's why I
please.
said something.
So I think as they're kind of going through the criminal underbelly, I don't think Alcoy. The way I would play it is he wouldn't be disgusted by the things going on around him because he knows that the people here are just living and making ends meet. So this person stealing is just kind of like the cycle of life for the people here, because it's what they can do. You can't blame a fish for having to be in water. You can only blame a fish for if it does, things that aren't accustomed to its nature that harms other things, right? Like taking a land animal and drowning it into the water, right? He would see that as kind of like a bad thing. But if that fish minds its own business, it's not a bad thing. So if he's in the criminal underbelly, he wouldn't necessarily mind if people tried to mug him because he would conform to that and apply his own pressure and scare people off. But he also wouldn't like it if, say, they're in the criminal underbelly and there's people obviously mistreating others to like a savage extent. He would step in, or at least, if you do this, you better be ready to have your own taste of the same medicine you dish out.
Damn. This is gonna be good.
Bars.
This is gonna be good.
Bro, spin. Bro's going.
I have so many of my new
Especially-
favorite NPCs
especially
down there.
considering after what's going to, especially considering what's going to happen after the next revelation that Apple has, it's going to shift his personality a bit more.
We were talking
Where-
about that in the beginning with the weapons.
The weapons!
Here, well, it was involving you. It was involving Alcoy, so we'll talk about it now. We'll just bring it up so we can get your information on it. You can watch back and see our interpretation, like in detail. But we're talking about weapons and how they represent each of our characters, right? So the Rafis are wooden sticks. Main thing is, well, this has so much to say, but main thing is they're wooden and they're blunt. So his decision to kill is a commitment. It's a long commitment because he needs to beat them down in order to kill them. But he always makes. He's the one who's the quickest to fight. But since he's the quickest to fight, it's such a hard commitment because he needs to continue it until the other person's down. And it also signifies that his weapons have never really changed. They've always just been the sticks, and they've never really gotten any upgrades or anything to that. It's always just been him that changes, but never his weapons. So it kind of reflects on his ideology. Jude, if you want to talk about Jude, Vito, real quick.
Jude, I like the idea that Jude is the boundary between heaven and earth. She is the Torii Gate, if you will. She's that sort of center point between the living world and the spirit world, in that sense that her main weapons in the campaign are two earthly short swords that are just regular short swords that any person can pick up and use. And then her other weapon is Aya's katana that connects her to one of the most powerful spirits of the time, the ten-tailed kitsune. And again, the ten-tailed kitsune itself, out of all the 10 beasts, is one of the most associated with heavy spirit magic. So like all the 10 beasts have their they have their connections, but like the blue blade, Bakunawa, it's known for its connection to the water. The other blades are known for different connections to different things. The 10-tailed kitsune is one of the few that is purely the closest to spirit magic and how to use it, you know? So it's that idea that she's the bridge, and that's what her weapons represent over time. And it's also in the time that she gets the purple blade and how she gains the power with it shows her growth into the spirit world.
And then we talked about Alcoy, because his weapons are a sign of extreme highs and long, long stints of kind of plateau, where his weapons stay the same until there's an extreme revelation in Alcoy's life, in Alcoy's beliefs, where whenever his weapon changes, something crazy has happened to him, and it's totally changed his outlook on things. We want to know your opinion on that. So we started from his original swords, which were kind of just, he's a samurai.
Yes. The original sword that he had it was his normal katana, just a normal katana, and he had the earth blade that he chose to not use because he didn't consider it as something he's earned for himself to use yet in that moment, which is why he was forging it but using it as like a last resort. Speaking of plateaus and highs, of those moments, I would say that a lot of the plateaus is just kind of like it's slowly heating up the blade, and the quench, so to speak, is kind of like as soon as you quench, you change, right? And I guess I was so fixated on wanting to like be the guy that kind of upgrades his weapons was because when I was thinking of the name for my character, unironically, I was like, well, I've always liked the concept of an alloy, right? Like you mix things together to make them stronger than what, if you had the two materials in their pure forms next to each other would not be that strong. And then, I don't know, I'm like, what's a good name? And I thought like koi, like a fish. Not like particular, just kind of like, what's a good thing that mixes with the word? And I came up with alcoy. So the name itself basically means like a material to be shaped. And that's kind of what I carried into the character.
That's so fucking... That's not only so fire, that's so trippy, because you got the alloy where I think you don't understand that in this campaign, koi also holds a deeper meaning that is very innate to Alcoy, in my opinion. You know how Alcoy is very regularly calm? I view koi in this campaign, any symbolism of koi is a symbolization of sort of serenity and like emotional calmness. That's why Ikurai kept koi on him, trying to mellow out. That's why the Kawa clan is one of the more mellow clans you come across. That's why on Lefty's blade that he crafted, he wanted to take steps to sort of quell that anger and that wrath inside him. And because of that, the koi appeared on his blade. So you saying that koi is inherently tied to your name, oh my fucking... You guys are awesome, and I love y'all.
It's like Vito wrote our characters before he even knew we were playing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, what was the full, like... Because I'm trying to think about it now. So, normal sword, and then using the incomplete version of the Star Metal Katana. So when it was... The blade had changed color, but the pommel, the hand wrap, and the spine were not yet completed. So that was kind of the transition into, okay, I can trust to use my own abilities. And then Alcoy was learning more about the Night Fire Dragon, kind of going through the whole aspects of the human soul. So like the braid from the wire from the violin of lust was put into the braid. The pommel of, I don't know whose it was. It was the pommel of like the Hiryu, I think it was.
Yes.
Or something, and then the hand guard. And so kind of going through all the stages, the full sword was completed. Alcoy kind of knows what it is to be a person, I guess, in the sense of like having experienced a lot of these things.
Mm.
And then time goes on, he comes to the realization that, oh hey, I was created to, he didn't know why he was created, but he knew that something powerful saw the purpose of him was just to be a vessel to basically be alive through. So the Nightfire Dragon was using him to basically be a puppet. And then he overcame that, so then the actual like stars showed on the blade, where it kind of like, I guess that symbolized him, like who he was shining through what others wanted to use him as. But now the next stage is going to basically be Alcoy realizes he was actually created. People didn't want to just, use him for their own goals. He actually was literally made for a purpose, and that purpose was lost. And this kind of freaked him out a lot because he thought, as long as I am a person of my own make, I can do what I need to, be done. And just trying to think, because I'm actually like losing breath trying to explain it all in one go.
So here we'll catch up on what we were discussing.
Yeah, gives me
starting
time
out
to
with,
think about it.
Yeah, our interpretation of it. So again, we started with the regular katana. So everything is true, right? We were thinking more of the more Alcoy kind of gets information, right? So again, the enlightenment part of it. So he's learning that how learning about the human soul, learning about that people with souls have these feelings. And then once he hits Mother, and he realized that I've been learning so much about a soul that I don't have. It hits, and then he loses, that method of wow. Now I'm getting tongue-tied.
Yeah, because people believe that it doesn't matter their mind or their body, as long as they have the soul, they can kind of direct what they need to have be done. Because it's like, oh, you're not a result of, like, as long as you have a spirit or soul, you can choose to change your ways and become better than you are, right? That's generally like the mentality. Imagine, it's the spirit, it's the faith, right? You have faith in that invisible part of yourself to know what to do. And Alcoy thought he had that, lost it, and then he completely freaked out because the one thing he trusted that would shape him forwards didn't actually exist. And it was a forged thing, something made up.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Oh, it's nutty. It's absolutely insane.
It is
And
the guy, the player or the character who cares the most and spends the most time with his weapons tells his story through his weapons so well, and it's just very poetic. Very poetic.
oh yeah, I love. And again, Alex, thank you. Okay, I don't know how much I can thank you for kind of taking the bait of, or not even taking the bait, but being the guy that had a backstory that aligned with the Fallen Star Metal Katana. That is my favorite magic item from any campaign. My favorite magic item that I always have reoccur in some form or fashion is Fallen Star Metal weapons or Fallen Star Metal tools. And there's only one in existence, and the properties normally vary. They always have that one staple of like the dancing lights cantrip. And they always have that look of like the part that's supposed to be metal or steel looks like the night sky and like moves to align with it. And I'm so happy that your backstory aligns so well to it.
Wasn't it? I'm just trying to think now. My mind brought it up. Was I can do dancing lights. I can forcibly make the time of day be like a starless night, or a starry or starless night, right? But that takes an exhaustion point to do.
Let me
And then
check
one
the
was I could
abilities,
drop
actually.
or I can drop a meteor, but it basically brings me to like the brink of death, where
That's-
if
yeah.
I take one more exhaustion, I die.
Okay, so it allows
Then
you
a
to
nuclear
navigate
button,
with
so
the
to speak.
stars, and then the nuclear button. Yes, that's a thing too.
Nuclear button. He had
Yeah,
that.
I
He has a
never
nuke
told
in
you
his
guys
back
this,
pocket.
but
Yes.
I have a nuclear option where I drop an asteroid.
Well, I have a nuclear option too. I think we all have nuclear options.
Honestly, you all do. I mean, Jude, hers is just place the thing back in the spirit blade, back in Tenny's blade, and kind of just see what happens. She has, she's told if she reinserts that, she will get 10th tail, which is the final form of the 10 tails of the Kitsune, which that's the final form. Rafi has his spirit terrain, and then Alkoi has pretty much the fallen star that he can bring down on his opponent.
We've talked about this before, Vito, I think, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think Rafi's true nuclear, because spirit terrain is a very powerful thing, but it's also a tool. It's a good thing that he can use. But his nuclear button, his back pocket nuke is pop spirit terrain, and anybody in his vicinity, no matter how far it goes, gets just turned into a tree.
Pretty much,
Just
yes.
like literally melded into a tree alongside him, and it just becomes a forest of people. That's
Yeah.
his button.
And that's the end all option too, because
Yeah.
that's it. So it's kind of like domains, where
Can
once
I-
you're in it, you're fucked. What's up, Alex?
There's something I wanted to just kind of like idly talk about because I was thinking about it, but I'd like to hear. I'd like you to continue talking about like what you think Alkoi's whole like blade plateauing and thing going, plateau and spike thing before I bring it up, just so I kind of have a thing to listen to on thinking about this.
I really enjoy the idea
So
that
my brain is kind of like wired in this way where I have to like listen to somebody talk about a topic before I can come up with a good idea for it.
No, you're great. That's fine. That's what we're
If you
If you
doing.
want me to start, Vito, I can.
Yeah, go for it.
So again, talking about the plateaus, the highs and the lows, right? So again, it goes back to Alcoa's general belief system. So the idea of honor, the idea of knowledge, the idea of finding out your purpose, right? So the only thing that can really change him is when things happen that totally disconcert his beliefs that were discovered by him. Other people really can't do this. Other people can't tell him, by the way, this is a lie, this is that, this is this. It needs to happen to him. And he needs to experience it and come to that conclusion himself. Only then it will change, and only then his blade will change. That's my interpretation of it. Where his beliefs have to be changed by himself. And usually it's not in a good way.
That is really that's really on the head and true, because the way Alkoi tried to grow up was he was constantly being told by others, because of how his origin is that he's not normal and thus not worth the effort. So then he told himself basically, well, if nobody else is going to tell me I'm worth the effort, I will tell myself I am worth the effort, and then I will tell myself to get better. And since then, he will listen to others, but he will never he will never 100% take them seriously, right? So if a person says, oh, you can do this to get better, he's like, okay, I listen to you, and he will make his own judgment as to whether or not that will actually help him or not. And he is completely willing to completely disregard what that person says if it's not helpful.
Yeah, where he will listen and consider, but he will not follow.
But the problem is when you do that, and you completely put 100% of who you are on yourself, if that sense of self is challenged or threatened, it threatens to kind of break down the whole thing. Because then what do you rely on?
Yeah.
And that's happened multiple times.
Yeah, that's right. That's why right now I'm thinking that Alcoa is kind of what right now is in a state of uncertainty, a state of rebuilding, with rebuilding with entirely different pieces, as if somebody smashed your puzzle and gave you a new one and said, "Here's the pieces, you figure it out." Like, I'm familiar with this. I know something is here. I know there's an answer in these pieces, but I just don't know where to start, and I don't know where everything fits yet. So I think that uncertainty right now, especially coming up
That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to say. Every time that happens, like you said, you throw it against the wall and it breaks. There is a piece of real truth. So it's kind of like you're distilling this idea. It gets broken down. The 100 pieces go away. There are 5 left, and that 5 gets carried into the new idea. It gets built up, breaks away. 100 pieces. 90 of it goes away. You had the 5 that was from before, and 5 new pieces, and it's repeating. And the more of those pieces stay, the more stable Alcoy will be in terms of when his sense of self is challenged, because it's kind of like building a tolerance to something, but in a good way, where that tolerance is, I trust myself enough because I have broken enough and fixed myself enough times to know that even if I break, I will still push through. And then still having that, it's like kind of having trust beyond trust. You don't believe in anybody else, you don't believe in yourself, you just believe the right thing will happen because something beyond yourself will make it so. I think that's the proper way I want to describe that.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it. I like it.
So, say, like, Alcoy's aversion to killing, right? Before, he tied it to, like, honor, and, like, he doesn't want to do it because it's this and that and that. But in actuality, he believes that if he does kill somebody, it's going to, like, severely affect how he looks at the world. But he's had enough breaks to the point where he knows that even if he does kill somebody, he has that, like, sense of self-restraint and honor that even if he does do that, he knows that it's not going to change who he is. Man, it's so weird. It's like right on the edge of like what I want to say. I feel like what I'm saying is 90% true, but 10% off. It's weird.
The
That's something
Alcoy
for you to
fashion,
figure
huh?
out, is your character. Yeah.
The 90%
There's
true,
something
10%.
missing.
Break that 90 and see what that 10 brings you. Like you were saying before.
So cool.
I love this. I love this. We should honestly, like, one of our tavern talks, like you were saying, Adrian, because it just, you saying so cool made me just think of the line bars. We should take
Bars.
every clip where it's truly just bars, and we should just watch those one night and just go through them and like talk about the formulation or how the fuck we got to that point. Because I love our running gags.
I do want to hear your mentality. Well, after what Vito says, I do want to hear the mentality of your character, Rafi. Because as much as I like talking about my own, I like to hear more about others far more.
What type of what mentality in what sense?
Just like, what is it that you like? I'll give you an example. When I play as Alcoy, I'm also like playing as an actor. How do I want this to happen? When you're playing Raphael, how are you like getting into the role, like the shoes of the imaginary character you're role playing as? And then what is it that you want to do as this person, or what is it that you believe this person will fail in doing because it's the flaw that they are working towards either fixing or succumbing to?
To get into the shoes of my character, I put my own shoes on. And that's a joke and also very real. Because he's quite literally, I mean, every time I say he's not, me and Vito end up looking at each other after I say something, we're like, yeah, no, that's me. It's a one-to-one of me. It's a true self-insert. Where it's just a different name and with superpowers, pretty much. Everything that Rafi would do in a situation, I would have done in my head. Or I have done. Because again, surprisingly, I've lived, I mean, unfortunately and surprisingly, fortunately for this campaign, I've lived a lot of similar situations that Rafi's been through. So, having that previous experience is pretty much just replaying my childhood on the screen with a DM talking to me about it. It's like therapy, pretty much.
Damn.
It's like,
You
you're
really need
just
some
going,
serious
"Oh,
therapy
oh,
for
what
those
happened
spider
next?"
ninjas things.
Yeah, no,
Just saying.
that was a crazy one. Yeah,
Oh.
I was at Chuck E. Cheese one time.
I-
So,
I can relate to that a lot, because I don't want to interrupt too much, but when I play Alcoys, I'm also like considering my own morality and how I view the world
yeah,
when I'm playing
that's
it,
Dungeons
and
and
I'm
Dragons in
tempering.
general.
Yeah.
But
Go on.
for me, it's a little. I would say more cathartic in my, or at least what I would say is more cathartic, because again, it's literally just me sitting here and Vito's just narrating something I've lived through, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, where I'm just sitting there and I'm like, yeah, well, I did that back then, and this happens, so maybe I'll do this, or maybe I'll do the same thing. There's a lot of different, there's like countless things I would say for that. A good example is alright, not that one. No, a good example is, you know. Sorry guys, hold on.
Take your time.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just realizing, so that means whenever you've been saying, like, you were thinking about how Alcoy has been interacting with Raphael, it's also a parallel of how what I think of the world is affecting how you view yourself? Is that a stretch to say?
Yeah, it's not.
In a way.
Actually, it's not at all. Because a lot of the things Alcoy says really does apply to the things that I think about. So it's weird to think. Really weird. That's why I pause a lot when I talk, or I say things that are angry because I'm thinking. Because it's I don't know what to say at that point. Because it's a little wake up call in that sense. I'll say the example I'm thinking of is Ada after the Med Mother incident, after the domain fell, when I was patching his leg up and he was just laying into me. I've had that happen before, where something absolutely terrible happened, and me and that guy, me and Ada were in a similar spot, where we're kind of similar in a sense, and we've met before, we know each other, we know each other's situations, and he's just laying into me because he lost that part of himself, and I can't do anything about it, but all I can do is just say, like, all I can do is say I can't understand, but I can be here. And that's one of the things in the campaign that was like, whoa. Just, that was one of the moments where it's kind of the take your headset, like take my headphones off moment and just think for a minute and then put them back on. That's one of those things.
I love when you do that too.
And kind of say, turn down the volume on my headset right here and just kind of sit and listen to the ambient noise as I reconsider everything that just happened in the past 5 minutes. So, again, it is very much a true self-insert where I just think about things I've done and things I would do. And there's a lot of things that happened in this campaign that happened to me, and there's a lot of things that happened in the campaign that didn't. It's a good thing of like, well, what would you do here? And how would the world react in this sense? So, yeah.
I think it again draws that parallel we talked about with your
That's
weapons
pretty cool.
before. I really like the idea that Rafi uses not only foreign weapons, he uses weapons that really don't have a reflection to them. You can look at a sword and you can kind of see your mirrored reflection a lot of the time, which is what Jude and Alcoy can kind of do. That symbolism of like, they look back at their past actions and they see how, they could have done better, or sometimes they might regret an action. They might have something that they're like, man, I wish I did this differently. Rafi and Adrian has expressed to me multiple times that in his past, he has very little regrets for a lot of his actions. And if need be, he would go back and do it again. And that's kind of also very similar to Rafi. He doesn't really look back at his actions and go, well, this went wrong and I should have done this better. He looks at it and he keeps pressing forward. He's like, I'm alive now. I get to keep going forward. He really doesn't do a lot of reflection, and that's symbolized in all of your weapons, which I really love, because all of your weapons being representations of I just love how every part of your character design is telling of who you are as characters, your morals, your ideals, how you fight, and it's amazing that every single part of you comes together to be this one cohesive thing. Adrian, you're about to say something?
I want to talk about this too, where I also see that reflection of our characters' ideals, morals, and thoughts in how we treat our weapons. So I'll start here, right? Jude. Jude talks to her weapons, like actually talks to Tenny. And I think that line of communication, again, branching to the spirit world, is she's trying to balance things. She's trying to understand things in an ethereal sense. She's trying to give voice, trying to reason, and trying to, make peace with a lot of things and trying to find answers. And she talks a lot to her weapons, and she's always trying to find out new things about her weapons, especially with Tenny, especially with the short swords.
And that's the same thing when you're reading cards, right? Because a sword, in a way, you can kind of treat a sword like a card because you can look at what's on the sword and what's on the card. It's your interpretation of the questions that you ask towards a card or a weapon. Where if a card has a symbol of this, a person's reaction to it can be greatly different based on the questions you ask towards that card.
Right.
Same thing to a weapon. Is your purpose to teach, to kill, to slice, to dice, to maybe eat some mice? I don't know. But depending on who you are, that changes.
I'll say, right, Jude talks for weapons, and also maintenance, right? So, Alcoy, in my eyes at least, and I'll ask for your interpretation after this thought, but Alcoy's always maintaining, cleaning his weapons. It's a sense of both discipline and also a sense of Alcoy's always thinking. Alcoy's always trying to reason, and when he cleans his weapons, it's a therapeutic process where he gets to kind of meditate and consider situations and consider outcomes and consider all the branches and paths in between. So when he cleans his weapons like that, it's just his form of always thinking. Alcoy's always trying to find out the meaning, the reason, the why. And I think that's, I don't know, let me know how you think about that, and I'll continue.
That is true.
Okay. So, that is true? You go with
Well,
that?
it's also, in a way, the time spent he uses on his sword is 40% is maintenance, whereas it's like applying oils, making sure it's sharp, and the other 60% is improvements. So specifically adding, like, it's kind of how you would do it in engineering. You specifically add in flaws to the system so you can see what ways you can improve it.
Right.
So he would constantly find a way to sharpen it. He would forcibly maybe heat it up a little bit, make it brittle, find ways to kind of then make it harder. Maybe this spot could be done better this way, and so on. But when he is just cleaning it, it is meditation. But I think when I would say he is thinking, but it kind of simmers down the outside thoughts to just one thought. And kind of, instead of focusing on a lot of things, it's just coming to the conclusion of one thing at a time, kind of on a conveyor belt, rather than more vertical rather than lateral. He's very lateral a lot of the time, and when he is doing that, he becomes a very vertical thinker.
Okay.
Hmm.
I like that. Nice.
Interesting.
See, and then we come to Rafi, right? Where he has never cleaned his weapons, really. He's never really taken the time to look at them. The only times was before Echo. Before fighting Echo, he would clean his sticks. And I think his representation of, he's never, again, very little regrets. No regrets. He's used his weapons, and that's it. He never really wanted or needed or thought it was necessary to think about his actions that he did with his weapons, because that's just who he is. He knew he had to use his weapons because that's what he trusts himself. He doesn't need to look back, or he doesn't feel the need to look and reflect on an action, because that was the action he picked and it's gone, and he will keep moving forward and he will make the actions as he needs to. He will make decisions as they come. And the only time he's ever felt the need to clean his weapon or polish or maintain it is before Echo, when he was truly unsure of what to do. So when he would, then in the mouth of that water Ryu, when he was just polishing and polishing his sticks, it was just that moment of do I really want to do this? And like maybe I feel like kind of like in Christianity when Pontius Pilate washed his hands after putting Jesus on the cross, of like, I want to remove like the doubts,
Sin.
and I want to remove the guilt I'm about to feel, the sin that I'm about to feel from doing this. He's never ever done that before until Echo.
Mm.
I like that.
That's my interpretation of our interactions with weapons and how they tell a story about our characters.
It's really interesting to see that you guys find all these connections and all these deep dives. And honestly, I love that. I love every little fucking detail of you little bastards. You motherfuckers. You surprise me every
Well-
session with how amazingly thought out everything is. It's.
Hmm. Speaking of weapons, Vito,
Hmm?
with the whole Alcoy's weapon changes drastically every so often, what do you think the next drastic change is going to happen to Alcoy's weapon? Because that hasn't happened yet. Like, in terms of like everything that's going on within, right? It hasn't, it's coming to a head now, and it's likely going to change in a moment. So I'm curious, like, what you think it's going to head towards.
See, with Alcoy's weapon, the Fallen Star Metal Katana was always meant to be the final iteration of the weapon. But seeing as it does grow with Alcoy, that sort of disappearance of his previous ideologies and abilities, it may jeopardize your ability to be the champion of Hikari. So,
Mm.
you may start fresh, you may start new, or you may refine a certain path and find your own way, and you may be able to maintain the weapon. Sort of minor alterations less to the weapon and more to yourself. Because the Fallen Star Metal weapon is literally a god's, like, not, it is a piece of a god's weapon. It is a sort of iteration of it, if you will. So that, once it got to the point where the stars bloomed off of it, you got to that point of, like, this weapon, it has hit technical and physical, like, spiritual perfection. Like, the weapon can no longer be sharpened. If you remember, every time you tried
Oh.
hitting it with the whetstone or, bringing the edge across, it cut the whetstone. And the only thing that can cut or damage the
I
hammer of
see.
Ambigi is a weapon that is more perfect than the hammer itself. So,
I see. Curious then. In that
interesting.
case, hmm. You know what's something now that's stuck in my mind
Mhm.
is generally you'll find that sometimes I think it's what was it like sometimes samurai will have like two blades, right? One which is angled at like 45 degrees up and the other one is flat parallel with the ground. Maybe that's the next step because I'm trying to think of like hmm
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by angled at the ground. I know samurai usually carried multiple weapons.
meaning like
Hmm?
like I've seen like artwork as well as like you'll have it's basically on the left side you would have like the first katana right on the hip and then where that katana is bound to the hip you'll have a second holster over top of that one but angled differently so you can draw like one for like you can draw two different ones but
I think I know what you're talking about, and
I'm
I
trying
think that's off to what its actual purpose was. So, again, I'm not an actual historian, but from what I've been taught about the samurai and the usage of their swords, originally, the ideal phase of the fight for the samurai, they branded themselves off of their arrows and bows and their spears. Once they got into close quarters and their spear failed them, they would draw their katana. Once the katana was down, they would have another weapon for other purposes. So it would be a smaller version of a katana called a tanto or a wakizashi, depending on the purpose. I believe they carried all three. However, again, do not quote me on this. I'm not an expert. I still need to, reread everything that I've remembered. The only thing that I've really taken from samurai is sort of the sword etiquette I have and the usage of my sword that I use. When I use a katana, I have very strict sword etiquette rules that stem from kendo, iaido, and bushido teachings. That is just how I was brought up with sword. It actually very vehemently not differs from my stick style, but I'm normally using two hands with swords. But
I see. Okay, but I'm glad that you told me that the Star Metal Katana is kind of like the last iteration, because that kind of clears it up for me. Because now
yeah,
I don't have to get so fixated on that idea I had. I can think of something
yeah.
else.
Well, there's also the idea that maybe instead of outgrowing it, maybe you lose favor with it. You know, again, this is something that is of your own choice and of your own sort of growth, but if Alcoy
I
fails to
don't think my
uphold,
character would want to.
it's like an oath. The gods are fickle, so
What was the oath related to it again, if there was one?
wasn't really specified. What I'm trying to say is with Hikari's values and everything, stepping away from his teaching, stepping away from something that he would be believing in may cause you to lose your sword. Or if you sort of second the sword, you kind of put it on the back shelf, Hikari will be offended. Because he basically gave you a piece of him. So that's like me, pretty much my interpretation of Hikari's thoughts.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't think Alcoy is going. He will want to keep using the sword. He's wanting to represent Hikari, but he also has to. I think with him losing his techniques, he may have to come up with either different ones or just more creative ways to use the Star Metal Katana. Like one example was, you know how Alcoy can like teleport to the blade, right?
Yes.
I did have an idea, but I think Alcoy would have to practice this. But
Mm.
would he still be able to teleport to the blade while he's holding it? It just changes his orientation around the blade. So,
Ooh.
like, if he's holding the blade and he's about to cut somebody, he can then reorientate himself so he's actually now on top of his opponent, ready to, like, go down towards the gullet, or he, like, sidesteps just by switching hands. And
Um,
so on and so forth. Like these small teleports.
that's that's an interesting one. I would like to say that would work, but there would have to be a methodology and a technique to it. I wouldn't want you to just be able to go boink, boink, depending on, where the sword is. I would say, if anything, you would have to drop the sword first or something, or because it's the idea that you detach from it and you're coming back to it. It's not so much, it's already in your possession, so you really can't teleport to something that's already on you, you know?
I guess one way is like if he's 10 feet away from his opponent or 15 feet away,
Mm.
Alcoy can like throw it forwards and then teleport to it immediately, so he gains like a lot of momentum forwards from a short hop, basically.
That's feasible, but again, that might take an action and a bonus action. So you would have to take your action to throw the sword, and then your bonus action to teleport to it. I believe I made that a bonus action. Let me look at the stats. If I didn't, we could always work something out to make it better. Um,
And of course, there's always the option of, because Ryukin bodies, right? People developed techniques to fit around their bodies, right? And Alcoy is still technically a Ryukin, but just a mix with other things.
mm.
So if he spends enough time, he can likely develop his own technique. Probably you would call them something along like void techniques or something, because there's likely not going to be another iteration of it.
That's an interesting thought too. So that is normally how techniques come to be. People just start fucking around with what they have. At least that's how it is in martial arts. I am one of those guys similar to Ada, which again, me drawing a lot of parallels to my NPCs because they're all pretty much just me with different situations. Um, Surprise, guys, everything is me. I'm the final boss of everything. Um, I have a lot of borrowed knowledge, so I think Adrian can speak to the idea of learning things from like testing it. And what is your thought process on that,
Hmm.
Adrian?
Learning things by testing it. Explain.
So
Oh,
he's talking
I just
about
had an
making his own
idea.
techniques.
Hmm.
So like you yourself have a baseline of techniques that are written in scripture yourself that you like you have the fundamentals, you have the basics. Where did you develop most of your style from? Like how did that come to be and like would that be feasible to do for Alcoy from your perspective? Because you're someone who built yourself up as a fighter. You didn't have that dojo that taught you. You learned on your own. You made yourself as a fighter. You made your own style.
You're talking about Adrian here.
Yes, Adrian.
I'll make it clear right now. I never wanted to.
Okay.
It was never a goal in my life to learn how to do this. Maybe one time, maybe one day I would have been like, hey, maybe I want to pick it up, connect with my culture, connect with my history. But I picked it up because it was something that all my friends said, hey, if you don't pick this up, you're going to lose to somebody who did.
Okay.
So the way I practiced was with my friends. So people who, again, kind of like a training impromptu, but it was just messing around. Like, hey, I know how to do this. Hey, swing at me this way, and then let me experiment. Let me do this. Let me do that. Um, and then as soon as that happened, when the time came, you applied it. If you
Hmm.
got beat up, didn't work. Or if you won and you hit him a certain way, uh, there you go. And maybe there's some room for improvement, but that technique worked. And there's not much you can change as long as it works. Just keep adapting, keep adding, keep subtracting until you
Right.
have something that works, and then it will get trashed. It's a cycle.
Right.
It's a cycle.
Um,
It's
what I
always
would
changing.
what I would say for Alcoy's techniques then, if he wants to make his own style, that's great. He would need to learn a wide variety of styles and see what would work. Because his main style was Fuiaido. He learned a little bit of Jinkendo, not a lot, very, very rudimentary, very, very extremely basic, almost to the point where he could barely do it. Um, you would need to not only pick up Fuiaido again, you wouldn't have the Fuiaido abilities, but you would need to know the motions. You would need to try and study multiple
Hmm.
styles of sword and then you can kind of take that knowledge and cobble it together into whatever you need. But you need those fundamentals. You need that
Hmm.
spread of knowledge.
I'll say this. Me and Vito talk a lot about DMing, and I talk about something called the process, right? We just call it the process of, hey, I want to create something, right? Vito's nodding because he knows what I'm talking about here.
Yeah,
Right? We did this for the sorcery. We did this for a one
everything.
shot. We did it for one shots. Everything. The process is start with an objective. As Alcoy, what does he want to accomplish specifically in
I
this?
think because I was just about to ask, so this will answer your question.
Yeah.
Alcoy wants to learn what what the limits and capabilities of his body can do. Like, what is it that this flesh can perform to the rawest meaning? Kind of like how a Fuido, like a Furyu, a Suryu. A Suryu is very like serene and good in water. Jinryu is very like dense, lots of weight per pound, and a Furyu is very light, maneuverable, right? Like those are just facts of their bodies that they can do, their biology. His first goal would be what is the biology of this body? How does it function? He knows that his scales move depending on how he's feeling, and that he can move them a little bit at least based on his direction. But he doesn't know much more beyond that. So his first goal is to learn what his body can do.
To me, that's too broad. That's way too broad. So the way I did it, Vito had a similar situation where he had a bunch of ideas for a sorcery, and they were all mangled together. I told him, slow down, pick one thing, pick one technique that you're interested in, pick one part, not even an aspect, pick one movement, pick one a technique that you're interested in, or pick one pick something specific, a specific action that you'd like to focus on. So for me, like, let's say I wanted a new form. I want to do something more support oriented. That's a broad thing. Let's say I wanted to heal from range, like that. I wanted to attack from range. I wanted to gain extra movement vertically, right? So pick something like that. You talked about Suryu, you talked about different Ryu forms. Pick one of those kind of subspecies and find a technique that kind of interests you.
I
Once you
think it's so
that you had
hard
in the
because
past
something I had in the past.
that you really liked using. I can think of one.
Well,
I can
the
think
one
of a
with
few.
the fucking Gale Strike, right?
Gale Strike. Agile Cloud.
Both of your
Think of
Fuiaido
those two.
techniques.
Think about it.
I
Now,
was
see, they were
I was thinking because in Fuido the agile technique, it's him moving his body across the ground, right? It's
Yeah.
trying to like it's it's hard to say because I I guess I just need to have like a creative. I feel like Alcoy, kind of knowing what his nature is, he would want to do the opposite of what Fuai, like the Agile Cloud is, where he would, rather than making it so he can move across other things easily, he would make it so things would have a hard time moving around him. So in the
Right.
sense of like, imagine he gets really close to somebody, almost like inches across their face, and this person gets like staggered or slowed because they're in such close proximity to him, either because of intimidation or just because of how stifling it is
technique.
to try, yeah, how stifling it is to try to do things while he's right up in your face.
Right.
Be
If you want to
that
watch my
like,
camera, Vito was doing something right here. He was doing this before. So this is our point, right? We just found our point. This is, yeah, Vito, you want to, or you're typing.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
you.
I'm pulling up the video now because I was
Right
just
here.
pacing in my room.
So this is our
So-
point. We're right here. We're starting in this little center point. So that's what we want to do, right?
Okay. We found our center point. We want to talk about locking down an opponent, because like we're talking about physically, or not physically, or physically locking down an opponent using something. So we want to talk about that. Now we're going to branch out a little bit. We're going to get to this little inner circle that we have of, okay, well, what techniques do I know that do that? The first thing that comes to mind for me is either Rafi's second form, which is physically grappling and locking somebody down and reducing both of your movements to 0. Okay, there's also plant growth, or connective roots, where you grow, or Rafi grows roots and creates difficult terrain or creates grapples using them. Or spirit terrain, which actually locks down a certain domain or area that people can't escape from and that he has total control over. That's a
Or
few of
Sword
them, right?
Graveyard from Jude, that she pretty much creates swords in the ground, creating difficult terrain that'll harm you if you walk through.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
See, now we're gonna
Oh,
think about
I
that.
actually have an idea that I want to do, and I think that could actually be feasible. I think the idea I want to have, just a very basic idea, is a technique that allows for ramp up. In the sense of like, the longer he fights one person, the better he fights against them. Kind of like if you can make like, if he has a minute fighting somebody, before where he was striking just once, now he's striking with a hit and a half. You know what I mean? Kind of getting into that tempo of striking faster with more focus and clarity. Kind of focusing on being able to take down one person
very efficiently rather than fighting a group. And if the person manages to escape that range, or if they distract him, or if another person jumps in, that focus is lost. It has to be started over again.
I like that. I'm gonna say you can't use lockdown techniques then, and I'm gonna explain why. Just give me 1 second, so I don't want to be the DM that just said no. I want to explain my reasoning, and I want to give you the reason why. Alcoy will be a one-man army if he can use lockdown techniques. So when you're in this sort of lockdown mode of dueling with a singular opponent, there will be a drawback to maybe your movement will be reduced to 0 or something. Possibly, again, this is speculation, this is not guaranteed, but if you get this mode or you get this sort of technique line, it could be very exhaustive on your body. As a guy who is a pressure fighter in boxing, standing next to your opponent and lobbing hard shots consistently is an exhaustive process. So this may give you levels of exhaustion the longer you use it. I do like the idea that you're taking that idea that Alcoy is the damage dealer of the group, the guy who's built for single combat, and really extrapolating on that. What do you say about this, Adrian? You seem like you're having a thought too.
So, my thought process, right, is it works in the game, right? I'm gonna apply my experience from, fighting here the way Vito did. Is the longer I fight somebody, the more tired I get, and I want to end the fight as quickly as possible. So, how do I do that? I want to go for critical hits, and I want to go for heavy hits. That's my idea, but again, that's not really what you're asking for, and I have an idea for what you're asking for, right? So, again, that focus, that ramp up. The longer you fight somebody, and if that battle is drawn out, you're going to learn more about that person. You're going to learn more about their techniques. You're going to expect certain things. You're going to pick up on patterns. However, that focus does come at a disadvantage. Not quite exhaustion. Doesn't need to be exhaustion. There could be at severe levels. But it's going to severely, severely dampen your senses to everything around you. So let's say I'm fighting somebody, right? Let's say Alcoy's fighting an opponent right now. And let's say 2 turns happens, right? Or let's say, 2 or 3 turns happens. Maybe he gets a plus to his insight, a plus to his perception, a plus to his passive, or no, a plus to his insight perception checks. Maybe eventually he gets a plus to his AC fighting against that specific person's attacks. Let's say I'm attacking, or let's say the focus on you, or the enemy you're focusing on, has to pass a 20 AC. But somebody else comes in that you weren't expecting. Now you have a -1 AC to their attack, and so on and so forth. So the longer you go with one person, the better you get at fighting them, but the less focused you are on people around you. So if you get jumped by a second guy, maybe your AC was 26 for somebody, but now your AC is 13 for this guy.
I like that, because it's going to pair, because that's basically what Alcoy is going to, well, like, he's going to be very focused on, like, in the upcoming session, he's going to be very ruthless towards this one bounty hunter. And he's going to just want to take him down at the expense of everything else around him. So I guess that kind of feeds into that idea as well. He may not know how to do it right away, but it might just be like the basis of like, oh, I think I actually might be pretty good at this. So I want to learn how to do that now.
Tell you what, me and Vito, if you want to do this, I'm gonna help, because I co-DM for Vito. We're gonna craft something for you in terms of that. My main idea is, again, that ramp up of AC and passive defects. There's going to be a limit to how much you can get, but there won't be a limit to how much you can lose. So the longer the fight goes on, it still will drain you for other people. Like, you'll be fighting at an excellent level for a long time with one guy, but the longer you go, the more focused you'll be on one guy, and then you'll get hit by an arrow and suffer major damage. Maybe a critical hit on you becomes a 17 to roll.
Yeah. So I have to I eventually have to like break that focus and like breathe in and reset myself. But if I do so, I have to spend the time focusing on the guy again to get it back up.
Right.
Yep. And then if you focus for too long and the fight goes on for too long, you might get hit by something, and then that focus breaks and you're weak. So it gives you an incentive to win the fight.
kind of like the ramp up is all right. First round is not too much. Second round it's up. The optimal time is like round 3, and beyond round 3, it's becomes like a detriment. Maybe it plateaus for the 4th round, but then beyond that it gets worse and worse. And I have
Me
to
and Vito
break
are gonna cook.
focus.
Me and Vito are gonna
We'll
work on
cook
it,
it up. We'll
but
cook
it's
it
going
up.
to be it's going to be drawn
Thank
out.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It might not
Vito.
be this
Yeah.
exact
That
thing. We might
that's
change some stuff. So
that's fine by me. I like the concept of just a relentless focus on one person
Again,
and
so
taking
it
them
also
down.
the way I'm looking at it as a player in this campaign is I serve as Rafi serves as a support, right? Again, we talked about this a lot, me and Vito, of
yeah,
Rafi is our support. He heals, he creates he breaks barriers and he creates opportunities for his friends to attack. So he'll create trees for Alkoi to run up on. He'll create barriers so that people can't get through them so they can focus on fights. Jude is a lockdown specialist, so she can stun people. She can make sure that, like, she can add debuffs. She can distract. She can do a lot of that stuff, and she's also a very strong duelist as well. She's a very good group. Like, she's very good at tackling groups, whereas Rafi's more just a pure support. Alkoi is the main damage dealer, so if we can get all of our techniques off and focus up Alkoi on one big guy, and we'll just take care of the rest, he can focus and we'll take everybody else out while he gets all the main damage and takes care of our biggest problem. But we need to make sure he's focused, and I need to make sure that everybody's healed, and Jude needs to make sure that people stay down.
Kind of like that battering ram, right? It's made specifically to go against an armored door.
Yeah.
So its front end is really like designed for that. But if you attack this thing while it's trying to break the door, you can easily cut the ropes, break the
Yeah.
wheels, and make it so it's no longer able to function.
Yeah.
But if you
Exactly.
let this thing get to its destination and work on it for a while, every pound is like boom, boom, boom. So you
I'll
have to make
describe
sure
it-
that you don't let this guy get to the place he wants to be.
Yeah,
Right.
It's not quite like this. It's very dramatic, but I'll describe it as a glass cannon with 100 guards.
pretty much. I would say
A
so.
glass cannon with 100 guards?
Yeah.
It's a valuable
What
ass
does
glass
that mean?
cannon.
Is
I know what a glass cannon is, but not the 100 guards bit.
Yeah, so a glass cannon with 100 guards. So you're dealing heavy damage, but if you get hit, you're going to lose your focus and begin to suffer. But your 100 guards are going to make sure that you don't get touched.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. So you're
Hmm.
vulnerable, but they got to get through us first.
Right.
Yes.
The other thing is you will not be getting this technique passively. You will need to work for it. Okay, so this will be stuff where
I
you
will
need to
do
work
so.
focus, you need to work meditation maybe, you need to work on physically single combat duels maybe. You may have to, again, like I said, travel around and learn the techniques of other masters, so you have a broad knowledge so you can see what techniques you're gaining insight to as you fight too.
Not even that. Just look
I-
at you have two
I-
party members who are excellent fighters.
That, and then I can also imagine Alcoy talking to like people who have like non-normal human limbs. Like for example, the monkeys. He might talk to the monkey people who like how do you control your tail and the such. And the more he learns about these species and how they control their extremities, Alcoy is able to more and more learn how to like control these scales on his body to the point where if like an enemy tries to hit him, these scales will like slightly shift across the body to specifically harden one spot.
That's up to
But-
the DM.
That one,
Right? But
And
that's just
also-
like that's just an example. Right?
In terms of information gathering, we're about to go into the criminal underground, which I hope we get to in that session.
I'm praying.
So,
That session's tomorrow, right?
yeah,
Oh, I'm so pumped.
exactly. So again, just use that
Well,
process a
I've
lot
been
when you're
I've
thinking
been
about
treated
things.
right by you guys, so I have faith.
We're trying our best to treat everybody right. So
Yep.
we're gonna talk to each other. Again, focus Alcoy and Alex specifically. Alex, focus when you're thinking about these ideas. Focus on that process, right? 1 point, a little bit more, until we get to that broadscape. Then now we have
Mm.
our beautiful masterpiece that we can bring That's how
Okay.
Vito came up with a lot of the stuff after he learned the process of just,
Oh yeah.
what do I want to do?
Hmm.
What do other people do? Can I take from it? Done.
Done. Oh yeah. That's
Okay.
and
But
then you can see it in
I
how I
do. I
make.
very much like the idea, so I trust.
Yeah.
You
I
know what,
can.
Vito?
Hmm? Oh, I was gonna say you can see it in kind of how I've built a lot of the NPCs now. I was telling Adrian this before. What I used to do, and what I still do sometimes, is when I can't find character art to inspire me, I go on this site called romanceofmen.com and I physically take a look at the weapons on there and I'm like, okay, this is what the sword looks like. Now, what weird thing happens to it to make it unique? Or how is it weird to wield? And that's how I came up with Lefty, that's how I came up with Shin. Oro's weapon is a very normal katana, but the fact that he doesn't draw it makes it unique in itself. So again, that's how I make my NPCs. That's how I made the spirit world. I started at that center point of why is this weird? And I was like, well, because the rules aren't explained. And once I got that one rule that the rules are inconsistent, it helped me to make a sort of weird hell, like sort of odd place for you guys to explore. Um, the other thing is, it also allows us to say that we make all these connections because you start at that center point and you build outwards. And because of that, you see a lot of big details for a lot of these NPCs, like the fact that Lefty has moon affinity. And if you remember, the blue blade, Bakunawa's blade, Bakunawa ate 6 of the moons. So that innate moon affinity may have rubbed off on Lefty. It's these little details and the sort of branching out that really ripples outwards. Like the Lost Tavern talk. Adrian, do you have anything to say yourself?
I mean, I do. It's more just talking about. I guess there's a lot to say, but I also can't think of anything. I mean, you want to ask me a question or anything, I'll answer it.
All right.
Literally anything. I can talk.
Okay, perfect.
So,
This is my favorite question to ask you guys. In the ideal situation, you guys ideally end the campaign. Everything goes right from here. Where do you guys want to end up? What is the end goal? Like Alcoy, do you start your own martial arts school? Rafi, do you go back to Rubia and teach forest breathing or retire the army? What is the plan for everybody? Adrian, we'll start with you. Oh,
I
Alex?
just thought of it. Go on. No, go on, go on.
Okay.
Rafi's been fighting his whole life. He just wants to rest. He just wants to rest. He doesn't want to force breathe. It's gonna be an art that I don't think he's very eager to teach unless the need arises. It's a very much, again, kind of like reflection again to Adrian Herrera here. It's I didn't want to do this, but I learned it and I got pretty good at it. But eventually, again, like what Vito has on his shelf right there, eventually my time's gonna come and I'm going to put these down. It's not yet. Rafi's time isn't yet, but he's hoping to find it. So I think for him, it's a peaceful life with his family, a lot of money, and good time. Just a time of peace that he doesn't need to do things he had to do anymore.
I love that. Alcoy?
I think I think what Alcoy is going to do is once all is said and done, and he's learned like all he could about with like sword fighting and the such, he'll go to like the edge of a water, like the sea or something, with his family, and he will intentionally bring down an asteroid or meteor and just make like a tiny island off the beach, and he just uses that as like a dueling ground, as like if people visit and they want to learn from him, it's like, okay, come join me on to here, and they move to like the meteor that's floating in the water or something, and they duel there, and he goes back to just living humbly after doing these duels.
So you would want to have that sort of dojo where you can be still challenged in your old age and you can still sort of further your knowledge, even though you can reach mastery of your own techniques. you still like that idea of maybe I'm too old to travel, but if the adventure comes to me, who am I to turn it down? Would you take students is the question.
Yes.
I love that. I
I
actually really
think
like that
I
idea.
think Alcoy would, like, to him, you know, he's going to make the point, but the duels and fights, right? Like that duel that he lost against, what was it, Ida or not Ida? What was her name? Kaida?
Nikita.
Nikita.
Nikita. His perp his purpose in that duel wasn't to win. He wanted to learn about his opponent, right? And while he didn't manage to do it, he still considered that his purpose was completed. He learned a little bit more about his opponent.
Interesting.
But
We
if it's a
talked about this,
fight,
Vito.
Yes, we did.
because
So, this is actually a pretty big part of our Lost Tavern talk is, the idea of understanding respect,
Mm.
right? So, again, we'll go back to when we were talking about, hey, Vito, if I walked into your dojo or walked into your place
Yeah.
and I said, hey, I want to fight you,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And you said, okay,
Yeah.
here's the rules, and I agreed to them. And I begin to taunt you, and I begin to put my hands down. I begin to kind of not fight you and just kind of give you, just poke fun at you. You would take great disrespect to that if you didn't know me.
I would be aiming for your head thoroughly. I would
Right.
be aiming for every vital point I
Where-
could try to hit. Legally, that is.
Right. Yes, because it's okay to taunt and it's okay to do certain things when you understand those people, and it's okay to lay down weapons and okay to sit and wait and judge things if you have a mutual understanding that you're just exchanging knowledge, right? What me and Vito were thinking and looking at is the analysis between Nikita and Alcoy's motivations during that duel.
Right. That was.
Nikita wanted to fight the Starlight Samurai. Nikita wanted to fight the legend Alcoy Ward, the master of duelists, right? The dojo master, the freaking
The Sword
samurai,
Saint. Yep.
Starlight Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Sword Saint Alcoy Ward. She was expecting a fight, and Alcoy was looking for that, again, share of knowledge. But Nikita was looking for a fight, so this is where tones get mixed and disrespect starts popping up, even though it was unintentional.
Mhm.
Where Nikita draws her weapon and points it at you during the duel, and Alcoy sets his sword down and goes on his knees and just watches. Nikita would take that as disrespect because she was coming into the duel with the knowledge or the idea of, I'm going to fight Alcoy, and we're going to fight and we're going to challenge each other and best each other. But Alcoy was going in thinking that it's going to, or with the intention of, I want to learn more about this technique. But setting his sword down and kneeling was shown as a sign of disrespect, even though it wasn't
I don't
intentional.
think he kneeled in that fight. I was talking about it, but I never actually did that.
I think that's where you got
He
muddied,
just had
but
his
you
hands
didn't.
up in a.
You didn't draw, is what he's getting at.
Yeah, the big thing is you didn't
Yeah,
draw.
I didn't draw.
Mm-hmm. And it's that idea of, well, I have my weapon drawn. Am I not good enough for your weapon? Fuck you, now you're not good enough for mine. And that was Nikita's thought process. She was, okay, well, if you're not going to give me the respect of drawing your weapon, why do I give you the respect of mine? And even when Alcoy did draw his weapon, she was still very much insulted, to the point where she went, no, I don't need my weapon to beat you. I can see that now. You're so far behind. You've been taking so many hits and not attacking me. I don't need my weapon to best you. And it was that thought process of, she tried a little harder maybe because you didn't draw your weapon, because it was seen as a sign of disrespect. She thought she had a duel accepted from one of the greatest samurai in the lands just for him not to draw, and she was pissed. She was not a happy woman. She was not a happy individual, my good man.
And that's where intentions get muddy. So
Mm-hmm. But
well,
you know what?
Maybe she will see what happens to this guy when Alcoy really does want to, like, fight for the sake of fighting.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the newspaper, dude.
Starlight Samurai
Alcoy
kills a
was-
man.
It's going to be like
Murders.
it's going to be a very far I imagine it's like a very far contrast where like you've seen how Alcoy can act when different circumstances. When it's a person that just wants to learn or challenge him, he's usually very meek, quiet, like kind of okay, we'll do this. But when it's coming across something that's wants to cause like genuine harm in the world, Alcoy just like
Yeah.
no stops, full force right from the start, because it's not he doesn't perceive it like he anything that wants to cause like genuine harm in the world, he has to put an end to it like as soon as possible because it
Yeah.
shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
But if it's
Also-
someone that like Nikita, he wasn't like this is like a serious harm, I must put it down. It's like no, this is a person who's come here to fight me, and I want to learn more about this person
Right.
because they
I'll give you more
interest
motivation
me.
here.
They're curious. I'm
I'll give you more
curious about what
motivation
they
here
want to do.
for Alcoy's fight coming up, is he already freaking shot a dart into Rafi's neck. So
Yeah.
take with that as you will. He
Mhm.
doesn't really care for your party members, and God knows what's gonna happen if you die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll let you know right now, Rafi does not care what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
Rafi's been trying to tell you to kill things from the start.
It's just
So-
like,
Yeah,
hey,
I
you
know,
see that
right?
bunny right there? Kill it. Kill it. Aren't
we
you a
also were
forest
talking
fan?
about the-
No.
We were talking about the interaction between the party members of Rafi's always so quick to draw, and Alqua's usually the one to just like slowly lower his stick for him.
Just like, are we fighting?
We fighting? We fighting? And he just kind of brings it to like, all right, I guess we're not fighting, but I'll still fight you. And I was like, no, I'm still fucking ready to fight if you want to.
I can kick you in my sleep, but boss
Yeah.
man here says no fighting.
All right, listen.
You're lucky,
this
you're
big-
lucky, punk. You got saved by the bell. Hmm?
Yeah, saved by this freaking tall ass dude with scales in his face. All right, but I can still beat you. Look at this. But I don't need my sticks. I can beat you with one arm. But the little interaction. Yeah, me and it is very much a family dynamic version. Alcoy's the tired dad, and Jude and Rafi are the bickering and scheming siblings under.
Speaking of scheming, I did it to you again. I did it to you again. You remember when I made you leave your weapons at Wong's place in Taotai?
Yeah.
I baited him a second fucking time, and I have to check the clips.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh, Alcoy, I
I'm
don't
not
have my arm
sure.
in this fight.
I was gonna say, I'm also not sure if Alex, did you? I don't know if you took your armor back. I gotta check the clips, so give me like till tomorrow. I'll check that, but you may not have your
No,
armor.
I didn't take off my armor. The only thing I did was trying to melt down that weird lightning metal
Okay, so
to no avail.
yeah, okay. I'm gonna just check that just to make sure, but I think you're right. I just want to be 100% because if I'm giving Adrian
what
the
would be
debuff,
the reasoning Alcoy would? What would the reasoning be that Alcoy took off his armor? Is
to
what
give
I'm
it to Wong
thinking,
for
right?
work, kind of like what Rafi did with his arm, where he gave it to Wong so he could kind of do some work on it himself.
Oh, but I don't think Alcoy would have given it to him. He would have worked on it himself.
That's exactly why I need to check, because I didn't think you did, but I want to be sure about it. So, again, like if I don't hear it in the clip, I'm going to assume that you just kept your armor on you. But if I hear like, hey, I set my armor down, and then I don't hear that you picked it back up, kind of like what happened with Rafi, where he left the arm with Wong, you're going to be armorless.
Okay, you let me know. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'll also send you the clip if you have any questions about it. I want to be transparent too, because I don't want to just be like, hey, your armor's gone. Check that 5-hour stream and see where it happened. So, I want to be very fair about
Thank
this.
you.
So, don't worry. I'm also not trying to kill you and handicap you, but I'm also trying to be fair because I already handicapped Rafi. If I don't check the clips and make sure everyone doesn't have
literally.
certain things, It's just like, oh, can you hold a thing in
Just-
each hand? Ooh. It's gonna be half the fight, just
wait
Rafi
and see
juggling.
when Alcoy action surges right off the get-go, and like 5 out of the 6 hits are just critical hits. It happened once
Boy.
before, where 3 out of 4 were critical hits.
Tis
Remember
possible. Tis very possible.
It's getting late, by the way.
It is
that?
getting
Yeah,
late.
Let's
I'm
wrap up
feeling
soon.
that too.
All right. Well, let's see. Any final parting thoughts about motivation? First off, tomorrow, big motivation for me to keep you guys going and keep y'all interested. This next phase of the campaign is also very motivating for me. The underground, the six-fingered hand coming up. Pride fight is also another big thing that's coming, and then other littler or bigger details that you haven't run into yet that, you know, little hooks that you may or may not grab onto. What I want from each of you is, what was your first motivation to join this campaign before we part? What was your motivation to join? Like, what was that inkling? Let's start with you, Alex. Like, what was your first thing that made you want to join this?
It was written in proper English, was the first good to tell. The second one was that it had a very clear goal. This is a low to no magic setting. This person knows what they want. Third, good, sensical questions on the form. First of all, it was a form. Anytime there's a form, it means the person's taking good care to filter out, you know,
Weirdos.
the weirdos.
Filth.
So I knew I wasn't going to be paired with other weirdos. I hoped.
You're wrong.
That was my motivation.
Nice job. We are all goobers except for Alex. It is definitely the way that it happens in the campaign too. It's like he's my babysitter. But in all seriousness, all right, Adrian, what about you? What was your real motivation for joining this, other than just like getting to play Rafi again?
Vito's DMing. I get to play Rafi again. I've never played in a campaign, and I thought it'd be a good start to go with somebody I trust to DM, and I just wanted to see what it's like. I didn't really have expectations. I didn't have high expectations, or I didn't have expectations at all. I just didn't know what to think, because I always just DM'd, and I always thought about how my campaigns would go. I never thought about, hey, well, how is this campaign gonna go?
Right.
Never had that, and I was more worried that things wouldn't work out. But now I'm just waiting for the next one. So I think that's a good tell of how I think about the campaign now versus then.
Yeah.
It's back then it was, is this gonna work? And now it's, when is the next session, Vito? Please, because I have been waiting.
Just, hey, when's
I've
my
been looking
session?
at my sheet for an hour. So
Like, we end off the last session for the break, and it's like, when are we playing again, Vito? And it's like, dog, we're not even in session. What do you mean?
yeah.
We can
So
play. We can play once a month or every other week, maybe, or every other 2 weeks.
We'll have to figure it out.
We'll see. We'll see what's going.
It's a question for the future.
I won't be able to survive another drought.
Yeah, me neither.
Honestly,
to.
I'm feeling that too. So we'll have to find time in all of our busy schedules to sit down and do this.
Yep.
But I
Alright,
will say
Is that it, Vito?
that's. I already went over my motivations for continuing running, and I told you that my start was literally just the character art I used for Lefty. I was like, I wanted to run a samurai campaign. I was like, I want to see how this turns. Does anyone know my real motivations for why I started streaming? It's a very, very sneaky little thing. It's because I wanted to get fans that would make us character art for free. That did not work, but I'm still enjoying streaming. I'm a sneaky, conniving bastard with no money. But in all seriousness, I'm very glad we started archiving these so we could look back at them. And the Tavern Talks have been wonderful and enlightening on the nights that we can't play. So
Let's get
I
a
love
little
it.
closing. Let's get a little closing word from everybody here. Let's start with Vito.
Yeah. Okay.
Give us a closing word, and then we'll go around.
Sounds good. So, as everyone knows, the title of the episode is Unsheathing Motivation. And again, my motivation as a DM is to make sure my players enjoy themselves and to have a story told that everyone can be happy with. And the fact that I'm able to do that and the reactions that I get from all of my players, the emotions we can elicit, it makes my job as a DM that much more amazing to do. And I love my players dearly, so, that's all the motivation I need. Adrian?
Alex. I'll
Alex?
go last. I'll close this out.
What was the thing we needed to do? Sorry, I'm getting
Just a little,
bleary-eyed.
yeah, you're good. Just
Parting
a little closing
words.
word. Anything, yeah, if you want to say anything.
If you stuck around to the end, remember, always try to find out how to unsheath your life and brandish the sword that will cut your way through to greatness.
Very Alcoy.
Remember that.
Bars.
Very Alex,
And
excuse me. Oh, and quick plug, if you want to read a good psychology book, go search up Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. It's one of the oldies from 1860. It's pretty good.
Interesting plug.
And finally, I'll say something real quick. Not everybody wanted to do the things they're doing now. I can say that about a lot of things in my life. That I did a lot of things that I didn't want to do. But I did them. And all I can do is look back and say, well, that happened. And I learned some things, I lost some things, I gained some things. And sometimes it's best to just keep moving forward and not look back. No matter how bad it was, no matter how good it was, sometimes things are in the past. You just have to keep looking forward. That doesn't mean you have to sheath your own weapons. That just means you have to keep moving. You can keep your weapon out. One day you'll sheath it, maybe not. I'm still not done, personally. And I don't think I'll be done for a long time. But eventually. And I'll move towards that goal. But the point is, keep moving forward. And just remember, things in the past may affect you. But truly, it's called the past for a reason. Because it's already gone. There's so much more to look forward to. That'll be the end of this Tavern Talk, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks, guys.
Mel, you're the only one who's watching. So, yeah,